Okay, we're going to get started with our council meeting tonight. Welcome, everybody, to the Selma City Council regular meeting. It's March 4th, 2025, on a Tuesday, our first Tuesday regularly scheduled meeting. It's 6 p.m. in the Selma City Council chambers at 1710 Tucker Street in Selma, California. Okay, we have an alternate reality council meeting and a regular council meeting. Our teleconference phone number tonight is 301-715-8592, and the webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address the council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press star 9 to raise your hand and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press star 6 to unmute and mute yourself. Notice to meeting attendees, members of the audience shall not engage in disorderly or boisterous conduct, including the utterance of threatening or abusive language or other acts which disturb, disrupt, or impede or otherwise render the orderly conduct of a city council meeting infeasible. Tonight's invocation is by Pastor Jose Alvarez of the Iglesia Antioquia. Welcome, Pastor. Been a while.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we just thank you, Almighty God, for your gracious love, for your divine protection, and for the privilege to get to serve you, God. We thank you that we get to do this. And we just ask you, Heavenly Father, that everything that goes forward, that you be glorified through your Holy Spirit, Almighty God. You direct us, and that, Heavenly Father, we do your business, not ours. In the name of Jesus Christ, we thank you and we love you with all our hearts. And we all say,
Amen. Thank you.
Everybody please stand for the pledging the flag. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, for which it stands.
Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Avalos,
Here.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here. Potential conflicts of interest. Any council member has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletions to better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation. Items on the agenda may not be presented or acted on in the order listed. Additions to the agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954.2b. Oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item on the special meeting agenda over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. Do we have anybody with any oral communications tonight?
Yolanda Torres, 2266 Mitchell Avenue. Last time I was up here, we were talking about the Little League and a donation for them. My Parks and Recreation meeting, Liz contacted me afterwards and stating that under the direction of the city manager, Parks and Recreation cannot come forward and ask for any request for sponsorship. He stated that members of Little League have to come before the city council, which we do have representatives here today, and request donations themselves. Liv stated the city manager told her there may be something in the municipal court that states this, but she cannot locate it. And as I've last heard, she still cannot find it. So I'm asking if you guys can please put on the agenda or request that city manager find this in the municipal code, so we don't get confused in the future. And I also spoke with Liz regarding the leases that the city has with the St. Joseph Church, which she says she cannot also find any leases on file. I did contact St. Joseph Church and they did tell me there should be one on file. And Liz says she has to go back into the archives, which she still could not locate anything. So I'm asking if we can please try to locate the lease that the city has with St. Joseph regarding the field. And the reason why I'm doing this is because we want to see what the St. Joseph Church is responsible for, any repairs or maintenance, and as well as what the Little League is responsible for. I'm also going to the Selma School Board meeting as well, and I'm going to request the lease that goes with the Wilson School, well, it's still under Selma Unified, and the actual Little League Park, under the same thing of who's responsible for maintenance and repairs, because we feel that Little League shouldn't have to pay for the PG&E lighting, they shouldn't have to pay for repairs of benching or maintenance of or the field. That's coming out of Little League, and that's why sometimes there's short donations. So I'm just requesting, if I can have that information for the future, or maybe on the next meeting, we can get an update on where the leases stand. Okay? Thank you.
Mayor, if I may clarify, Ms. Torres' comments and the conversation between myself and our recreation supervisor may have been miscommunicated, but the direction or the advice that I suggested was for the Little League to come directly to council to request the donation rather than go through the Parks and Recreation Commission, because the Parks and Rec Commission has a very specific scope within the municipal code. And so it's much more practical for them to make the request directly to the council, because you ultimately will make that decision about whether or not to provide funding to the Little League. So the idea was for them to ask for it to be placed on a future agenda for consideration by the council.
Thank you for that. And would it be helpful to, since we have someone who was on the chair of the Parks and Community Services for 20 years, would it be helpful to put that on a future council to clarify to the extent of what commissions can award public money for donations that are requested? Because I always thought there was a budget that the commissions had, and they had some discretionary spending there. I would like to nail that down and get council consensus on that in the future.
Right, because
Yeah.
how do they spend their money?
Well, I can tell you that none of them have the power to spend money. They're all advisory commissions. So the Planning Commission, for example, cannot also spend money. They don't have their own budget. They have a budget as far as they can go to trainings and things like that, but to actually commit the city's resources to specific projects, that all has to come through the city council. So they can make recommendations for city projects and activities. For example, Little League is not a city activity. It's a nonprofit that provides recreational activities for the community. And so that's why the proper process would be to come directly to council. But none of them actually have the power to spend the city's money.
Can another city council member speak without agendizing this item? Can O.C. Ryan?
Everybody's speaking, so.
Councilmember
Okay,
Oscar.
so I serve as chair of the Community Service Commission for 20-plus years before I became councilman. And some of those statements are not true. When we were there, we used to have discretionary funds up to $2,500. Anything below $2,500, we would make a recommendation and it would be done. Anything above $2,500 came to council as a recommendation and it was put on the agenda. We gave Little League 1 year $5,000 and Babe Ruth $6,000. They came to council, council approved it, and they got the money. So I don't know when it changed, because I asked Director Amy Smart, and she said, well, we don't have the money for that. And I said, well, we used to have it all the time. So I don't know what changed. I mean, maybe it was changing, nobody was notified, I don't know.
Okay, maybe we should do an agenda item just to
Yeah.
clarify the amount, the limit and the aggregate limit in
Yeah.
each commission.
You could set up
Potential
a
spending.
discretionary fund for
Exactly what
all
we
of
did.
your commissions if
Yeah.
that was your
Or we just
desire.
make it an agenda item and add a
And
budget
add
item.
all the, yep.
Because it's not an agenda item right now, so we
We
probably
could-
don't want to embark on it too much more, right? So
We can
thank,
make it- Why don't we make it an agenda? I
We-
mean,
we
they're
can
asking,
at-
they're here for
Yeah.
asking for the money.
yeah, at future agenda items, can we add that to a future agenda?
How about now?
Okay.
How about today?
Yeah.
Oh.
We're still going. We're still doing oral communications. Yeah, come on up, come on up. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, my name is Michelle Roque, and it's my first year of being a part of Little League. I'm the secretary, and this is my husband.
So I'm Jose Roque. I'm the vice president of Selma Little League.
And again, this is his first year.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
President, yeah.
So we're kind of figuring out what to do. When we first started, we had our first meeting in November. The only money amount that we had was only $4,000. I can tell you the exact amount, $4,143.
Did you turn your mic on?
You hear me?
Mhm.
Okay. That close?
You're on.
Okay. So when we first had our first meeting in November, we only had $4,143.68.
Right now.
That's just to start with. There is so much that we need to do and that needed to be done. We didn't know where to start. The mice got to our equipment. I have pictures here, to our first aid kits. Our helmets were ruined. There was some stuff that was expired that had to be thrown away. So that's what we would like, is a donation for our equipment. At least 1,500, that's a minimum. As we've already been utilizing our money for balls and everything. Our season starts on the 22nd. That's our first day of opening. So catcher's gear, we need sets, around $1,427. That is from Big Five. That's not including gloves. There's a lot of equipment that's needing to be repurchased, but at this time, we're very minimal. We started out with what, maybe
Last year we had a total of,
14 teams. This year, we have 20 teams.
Yeah.
We're growing, but we're lost. We don't have enough funds. So we're thinking ahead, trophies for the kids, the snack bar, that all comes from our pocket, from what we have. So we got to learn how to fundraise. That's one thing. But a lot of us are new. There's 6 new members on this team. So the treasurer is the only one that's been the same
So
person.
the thing about the
New
Little League
president.
is every time, a kid ages out, the parents leave. Whoever's in the board will leave with the kid, and then we gotta start all over again every year. So that's why not this year, we took over. We've been fixing, painting, remodeling so many different things that haven't been touched in years. And so like now with the equipment being so damaged with whoever it was that took care of it last, they actually left their food or something up and where the equipment was, and the mice got into it and tore it all up. So we lost a lot of equipment. We're literally right now down to like, things are just being put together just to get us by till we can get the funds so we can go and buy.
My husband's been
equipment.
coaching for many years, so he's given up his own equipment.
Yeah, I
Um,
buy my own balls. I have to buy my own equipment to
Thank-
help out.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Roca. That's your 3 minutes right there. If you could
Thank you.
pass those pictures to the city manager here and you could pass them around, or to the city, can you give us those photos? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
if I can get your name and number, I used to run Fowler, Cal Ripken, and I have an enormous amount of experience running a program. So fundraising events, things like that can help jumpstart your program, which is pretty easy. I mean, as easy as it can be, but if you can leave your information with Riley, and I'll reach out to you.
Great. Thank you, Chief.
Hi, good evening. Leslie Nelson, 2413 Country Club Lane. I just wanted to come and the new council members and introduce our Selma Beautification Committee and our Clean Up Selma campaign. We've been doing it now for 6 years, and we go out one Saturday a month and we pick up litter, trash around town. And now we've been working with the police department and public work or code enforcement, and they've been helping us out tremendously. We go out and we do some graffiti cleanup. And if someone needs to have any areas that they want us to clean up, we go and do that as well. In April, we're going to the Boys and Girls Club reached out to us for a cleanup over there in their area. So we're going there in April. And so we just wanted to extend an invitation to our council members and our mayor. If any of you'd like to come out on a Saturday, we usually post it about a week ahead of time, and we go out at 8 o'clock and we just work in one area, and we have a great time. So I just want to introduce this again to those who don't know who we are, but we're really having a great time out there. And if there's anyone that calls in that has some graffiti that we can help with, or if there's an area that needs to be cleaned up, we're happy to help.
Great, thank you. Anybody else with communications at this time? Anybody on the phone or online?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
That will bring the matter back to council. We are going to move on from oral communications. And we have a request from a council member to add an emergency item at this time. Council member, what would your emergency item be? Councilmember Oseguera? Do you want to authorize some money for the?
Yeah, I would like to add an emergency item to donate the money for Little League to then get their equipment. It was already approved with the commission, so we should honor that. $1,500. Mayor?
Thank you. Okay, with that, is there any, we need to take a vote, and if we have a 4/5 vote, or can we,
It's,
add that
it's
to the
coming
agenda?
to your attention after the agenda item, after the agenda was posted, so that part of it's satisfied. The part I'm having a problem is whether there is a need for relatively immediate action. Do they need the donation now to get ready for spring startup, or?
I believe what I heard from the oral communications tonight was that the season is just about ready to start up. They have more kids this year coming out, so they need this funds to expedite the repairs on a immediate basis.
Okay, and what we would be adding is action on the Recreation Commission's recommendation to make a donation of, is it $1,500? Okay. Yes, you could add that.
Okay.
But with the 4/5 vote.
Thank you. Do we need to make a motion at this time?
Yeah, a motion to add that to the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Oseguera?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Mayor Robertson?
Yes. And that was an action too. And so the passes, $1,500 is approved based on the advice from the Parks and Community Services Commission to remit these funds to the Little League group, whose representatives we have here.
For
tonight.
clarification, the motion was to add the item, correct?
Motion was to add the item. And so the question is, where would you like to add that? Would you
Got
like
it.
to add
Okay,
that?
so we're adding the item to tonight's agenda. Would you like to add it to, is it the first item of the agenda? Councilman Oseguera?
Put it first, and we already read it up.
Okay, let's add it to the first item on the agenda. So we just added the agenda item. Now we have to actually consider it and vote on it. Okay, and then we'll move on now to the consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar category are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. Purposes of the discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. Council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Does council have any items they would like removed from the consent calendar tonight?
I'd like to remove 2-4.
Is there a motion to approve
Check
items?
register.
Got it. Is there a motion to approve items 2-1 through 2-3?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Oseguera?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo? Mayor Robertson?
Yes. Okay. Councilmember Avalos. Check register.
Okay, check register. Okay. I'm pulling item 86260, which is AM Consulting Engineering. This is $47,000, and $470. And I noticed that we have other engineering areas here that are included. I just want to know, was this a specialized engineering consultant that we had to use on this issue?
Regard to A&M
It was off
Consulting,
99, it was off 99 Front Street.
correct,
Second.
correct. A&M Consulting responded to an RFP for grants related to monies that were obtained for the city to perform the Second Street, the Front Street Downtown Beautification Project. Those type of design projects alleviate, staff. It's additional staff resources that are provided through the RFP and are completely grant funded. And
If I could just elaborate, council member, so that particular project is grant, or their grant. So if you'll notice the G next to, under the category, it's this particular engineering firm wrote the grant and also is the engineering firm that is carrying out the project for the grant funds that were awarded.
Now, the reason why I'm asking that question is, I mean, we have our own engineer here. I mean, I just wondered, do we need another specialized person in this category? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, for those grants, and a couple of those grants were applied for before we were actually the chosen city engineer. So during that time, you had an interim city engineer, but went out for a grant, the grant was awarded, and so then that engineering firm is much more familiar with that project and that grant. And so it's much more efficient for them to carry out the design, and they had to respond to an RFP like any others. So it's a way to get projects done that may not overload our staff or the items that we're trying to take care of. So now instead of that being delayed based on our staff, you're able to get 3 projects done at the same time. So it's also an expedient type manner.
Okay, so you're actually trying to eliminate delays in the project with the consultant, bottom line. Okay, thank you. And another item I'm going to pull, 8626, which is the homeless encampment cleanup.
What's the number? Can you cut the whole?
8626-4, and that was $5,922.30. That was done on February according to this. What happened there? Why was so much, $6,000 for a home and encampment cleanup?
That's actually lower than the estimate. The estimate bid was, I believe, 7,500. It actually came in under bid. The reason these cleanups are so expensive is because of the toxicity or the hazards associated with these encampments. There could be narcotics, there could be human waste, things of that nature. So there has to be specialized equipment and personnel to be able to clean up these sites.
Oh, okay, but I mean, let me ask another question. Where was this done, this location? Where was it done? If it was toxic or whatever, what you want to say, wouldn't you notify the people around the area, or how would you identify that situation was toxic or not, if you're spending this kind of money?
So we quote, the firm that we chose through the RFQ process goes out to these sites once we identify them. Once we serve notice to those citizens or community members that are around that location, that the site will be cleaned up if they don't, within 48 hours. The firm that goes out and gives us the estimate, they determine the level of resources needed to clean up that encampment.
And the next question I'm going to ask, when these home and encampments, do we let it get that far, out of control with this kind of number? That's the other question I'm going to ask. I mean, we have homeless, there's no question about it. But when I look at this number, cost number, that's telling me, man, did we have 20 people there or 12 people encampment in that area? What took place?
It was probably 3 people, 2 to 3 people. They set up camp pretty quick, relatively quick. They set up camp in locations that are not highly visible, right? They're kind of hidden, if you will. And then we, through the natural course of our patrolling, we see and identify these sites, and then we begin the notification process to remedy those sites. And that's kind of
Now,
That's the issue with these
okay,
sites.
no, yeah, I know what you're saying, but I'm asking the question is basically how, at what level do we reach out to the homeless encampment? Do we identify them right away? Hey, you guys, you can't be throwing trash or whatever. Talk to them, hey, I'm just,
Yeah,
I'm
yes, we
just
do.
telling you, I'm
Yeah,
asking that
yeah,
question,
yeah, yes, we do.
you know? Because I do it on my end over here where I manage, I talk to these rascals and I say, hey, man, pick up your mess,
Yes, we do, Councilmember
Oh, and
Avalos.
I know you, some hide in bushes. I get that. I understand. But okay, I just wanted clarification. Thank you, Rudy.
Just so you're aware, we did set aside $60,000 this year to deal with encampments. I, it,
That's,
it's a very expensive program and venture. And I think it's one, if you ask, I'm sure a lot of your peers throughout Fresno, Madera County, they'll tell you that these cleanups are extremely expensive. And I understand your frustration. We share the same frustration. But this is the direction the council wanted us to take, and we are carrying out this program.
now, let me ask you questions. Now, is Fresno, town of Fresno, do they do their own, their city does their own clean up their encampment, or they have a special group like we have here cleaning up the operation? That's the other question I'm going to ask you.
So I don't know if Fresno does.
Okay.
Please understand, Fresno has an enormous amount of resources that we just don't have. They're the fifth largest city in the state of California. I can tell you that Caltrans uses these same type of vendors. And they're the largest public works department in the state of California. Again, the work is enormous. It's everywhere, sir. And again, it requires specialized people with specialized equipment to be able to clean up these type of encampments.
Okay. Thanks, Rudy.
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate that comment. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Now, I have another item. Okay, check number 86-274, Ron Cashin, a building planning check in January, $6,896.14. That was a consultant. That was another consultant. Was that another issue with the operation with engineering, or was just what consulting was that about? Building planning. It was a building planning
It's
consultant.
building plan check, so that has to do with plans that are submitted through the building
in-house.
department in accordance with the California Building Code, so that's a different department.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Jerome. I have another one. Okay. 86-32-5, Price and Page Company Professional Services for December. That was a county service.
Yeah.
Correct?
Correct.
But I noticed we have another accounting service financial, 86-33, half of financial serial accounting bookkeeping weekly. That was for $8,848.
Sure. Yeah, I can clarify what the difference between the two. So the price paging company, they do our pre-audit work. So getting all of the financial statements and documents in order for our CPA auditing firm, Jolly and Associates. What you see, the second item that you pointed out, Robert Half Finance, that's a temp agency where we hire our current temp finance assistants, finance clerks that do some of the clerical work, such as accounts payable and business license renewals and that kind of work. So one of them is professional services with regard to our annual audit work. And other operational things like our bank reconciliations, for example, and then the other item is actual temp workers.
Okay, so, all right, so we're hiring services to do services for the city. Okay, I get that. And then there was another item here, since I'm here, 86-33-3, which is the RMS US. That was a payroll audit for $12,075. is that a current audit or what's the deal there?
Yeah, I can explain, and then maybe if our admin services director wants to elaborate. So we're currently undergoing a self-initiated audit of our payroll processes to make sure that we're compliant with the IRS tax codes and making sure that the way that our payroll is processed is, from what our understanding is, over the course of the last few years, 10 years or so, with the change in staff, there's the potential that different processes in the payroll system are changed, or we're not keeping up with the code compliant way of processing certain payroll deductions, like our healthcare benefits, our uniform allowance. That's an item that just came up where our uniform allowance, the way it's processed in payroll has changed. So we do an audit. This is self-initiated, where we make sure that we're compliant legally in terms of our payroll practices.
So basically, this company right now is a current audit we just had recently? Is that what it? 'Cause
Yeah,
I noticed the date was
RSM, yeah, it's an ongoing,
21.
correct. So they've started the audit. They're in the process of completing the audit of our payroll
Oh,
processes. Yeah.
So, they haven't finished completing it. Okay. All right. Thank you. And then one more item here, and I won't bother nobody no more. Okay, 8633-4, that was a lease fire truck annual payment of $59,533.30. Are we leasing the fire trucks? Or is that,
That payment is the annual payment for the lease purchase of our ladder truck.
a lease, so we're leasing we're actually leasing a vehicle? There's lease here, that's why.
Technically, it's a lease purchase, which is
So lease purchase, okay, lease purchase, I get it. So okay, I get it. Okay, that's all I gotta say. Thank you, Chief. Well, I'm done.
Is that it?
That's it.
A quick,
Any
okay,
more?
just to follow up on Councilmember Avalos's question on the HR payroll audit, the self-initiated audit. Would it be helpful to have a finance director to oversee this process of the audit? Because I believe we had one in the last 10 years. I don't think we've had one in the last 2 years, but we had one 8 years before that. Would that be helpful?
It's always helpful to have a finance director, Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager. Okay, and then in terms of the homeless encampment cleanup, again, to piggyback on Councilmember Avalos's comment, the American Integrated Services, didn't we approve their contract a couple meetings ago? They are like
Yes,
the
Mr.
gold
Mayor.
standard of homeless encampment. I mean, they do most of it in the county.
Throughout the state, sir.
Throughout the
I mean,
state. I
not-
thought there were
Not the
references.
entire state, right? But they work up and down northern and southern California. So they're a very esteemed firm, right? They
Right.
do great work. They're very receptive to us, and they get those encampments cleaned up very quickly.
Do you hire them based on a size, or if it's any homeless encampment, do you call American Integrated Services no matter what?
Anything that we deem is going to have like biohazards, things of that nature, we'll reach out to them. When we have illegal dumpings, we work with Public Works to resolve those things where like people throw mattresses or, pieces of concrete and it's clear that it's like an illegal dump. That's one thing, but an encampment is somewhere where it's a location where someone's setting up camp essentially, right? So there could be feces, there could be biohazards, there could be narcotics concerns as well, especially with fentanyl and xylazine out now, and much more prevalent. We don't want to put our people in those positions. So, like in some encampments, they'll come up with respirators, things of that nature, special equipment, heavy equipment to pick up items for the safety of everyone concerned.
Got it. And I was inspired by Leslie Nelson and her spirit of volunteerism on the graffiti or the litter cleanup, which is going to branch out into graffiti. Would you advise any volunteers to steer clear of homeless encampment cleanups or things of that nature? I mean, is there some guidelines there for for
So-
your average civilian to steer clear of?
Leslie works very closely with our code enforcement. We don't recommend them going to those locations. Leslie points out locations to us that maybe we don't see. Yeah, that, I would just say, I would imagine these locations, Mr. Mayor, honestly, nobody's going to be going around there, right? They should probably steer clear of it because it's probably not the safest environment. And that's what I would recommend our citizens. I recommend our citizens never put themselves in a bad situation, right? We just, even when they see crimes committed, stay back and be a great observer for us and then contact 911.
Thank you. And, you know, you're doing your thing as a citizen. Thank you, Leslie. We're trying to do our thing too, and our city attorney is looking at that ordinance in the Selma Municipal Code regarding graffiti abatement. So we're working on it as well up here. Thank you so much for your service. And do we have anybody else who would like to make a
One more,
comment?
Rudy, I had one more on you. Not to bother him, so one more time. You know, when you do the encampment, you know, when you have to go hire this company, can they provide pictures, you know, to us, to council?
We get before and after
That way we
pictures.
can, you know, more or less say, hey, okay, this is what we're paying for, bang for a buck. And we can put it in a file, you know, future file and data.
Sure. We keep
That's okay?
before and after pictures of every site cleanup. So we photograph everything before we go in and then afterwards.
Yep.
And then that will actually be included in our police department annual report, which should be coming up, I'm hoping, by next council meeting.
Thank you.
Anybody from the public with a question about the check register tonight?
First question, the HR audit, when is that to be completed? Talking about months or?
So we don't have a date. It is an active audit. I have been working closely with our auditor, but we don't have a date firm of when it will be done.
Okay, so we're going to be looking at about a $12,000 a month bill until the audit's complete, or how?
That's incorrect. So the 12,000 that was on the register right now
Mm.
was for all of the work they have done within the last, I believe it was 3 months. So it's not a $12,000 a month. I'm not sure what the next statement will be, because again, it is active, it is ongoing.
Okay, just wanted to know what the time period was on that. And then also the lease to purchase, how much longer do we have on that? Does anybody know? Is that for the fire trucks?
Oh, that's for
I would have to get back to the council on that exact.
I believe it's a 20-year lease, and that was purchased in 2022. Yeah.
And then what is the monthly on that one? What was the monthly? We're paying a certain amount monthly for that?
The 59,000 reflected in the check register was the annual payment.
That's the annual, okay. Okay,
The total purchase price was roughly 1.5 million.
and that was for one truck? Okay,
For the ladder truck, the larger of our apparatus.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else with a question? Anybody online or on the phone with a question about the check register tonight?
Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Is there a motion to approve the check register?
Make a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Mayor Robertson?
Yes. Now, moving on to new business, since there are no public hearings tonight. And our first item on the new business agenda is approval, consideration of resolution. Actually, we're going to start with
Yeah,
the
you-
emergency item, which is
If you,
valid.
if you would like to number that either 4-0
Okay.
or 4-1A, and then the next one 4-1B, depending on what your preference is, just so it doesn't destroy your whole numbering
Got it.
system there.
We'll call it item 4-0. How about that?
4-0.
And this is an item to, it's an action item on the Recreation Commission to approve $1,500 to the Little League to work on their field for this coming season. So is there any discussion on this item at this time? Do we have any public comment on this item? Do we have anybody on the phone or online with a comment on this item?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming out. Thank you for what you're doing. Item 4.1, approval, consideration of resolution authorizing execution of memorandum of understanding between City and Selma District Chamber of Commerce, Resolution 2025-22R. City Attorney.
Mayor, members of the council, you have before you a proposed agreement with the Chamber of Commerce. The terms of this agreement are taken by and large, first of all, from the 1994 agreement, and secondly, from the correspondence that was exchanged with the Chamber in the course of their terminating the agreement last year. The contract provides for an evergreen provision. It's a one-year term, but if neither one of you gives notice 60 days in advance of March 4th of each year that you wish to terminate the contract, it rolls over for another year automatically. The services to be provided that appear in Article 2 on the first page of the agreement are basically taken from the chamber list that was provided in a letter of the events that they have historically sponsored or co-sponsored with the city. And in exchange for them engaging in those sponsorships of those events, in addition to essentially promoting the business interest of the area and engaging in seminars and workshops, that sort of thing, all of which appears in that same section. They receive an annual stipend from us or from the city of $35,000. You'll recall that the chamber representative indicated that there was an immediate need for approximately half of the $22,000 cost for purchasing fireworks for the July 3rd event. And so the contract provides that on execution of the agreement by the chamber, the city will pay, in addition to the $35,000 stipend, $11,000 to be used to fund that fireworks purchase, or half of it, rather. Beyond that, the remaining provisions are just standard types of provisions that you always see in this type of cooperative arrangement. And that is the sum and substance of this agreement. And I do believe it conforms pretty much to the discussion we had at our last meeting relative to what the chamber was willing to do and relative to what the city was willing to do.
Thank you for crafting that, City Attorney. Reading this over, I concur that it matched what we discussed at the last meeting 2 weeks ago. Does council have any comment before we open it to the public and see if our chamber representative has any comments at this time?
Yeah, I have a quick comment. I'm counting 8 events here for the year. And I was just wondering, I know for the Touch a Truck, you said you didn't do it last year or the prior year. Can you leave that open just in case maybe you can include an event like Boots in the Park? Because I've been getting a lot of requests. People are saying why City of Selma doesn't do a Boots in the Park. I mean, we have an event, we have the Pioneer Village where they can do that. I think if we can just maybe leave that one open, if you can't do this event. I'm not saying to eliminate it, but in case you don't get, I don't know, what is it, the participation? Maybe you can do a / Boots in the Park event. if that would be possible.
Do you want to come up?
The organizer of our special needs community. She was not able to get the word out in time, and we just didn't have enough participants. So we canceled it, but we are in hope that she can help us get the special needs community out through the schools. And we probably would also open that up to Fowler and Kingsburg, because we certainly have room to do that at Pioneer Village.
Since we've got
But-
you up here, did you have any issues with the contract?
No, in fact, I was going to come up and say thank you all, Mr. Mayor, City Council, for such a wonderful contract. It's very easy and even more than we wanted. So thank you all for that. Thank you for your trust and support of our chamber. And we are excited to be able to work in harmony with the city again. And we're just very grateful and excited that we can move forward with our July 3rd event, because it would have been quite a disappointment to our community not to be able to do that. So thank you very much. We appreciate you. Did you have any? Did you have any more questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
Would you still be would it be okay to include the Boots in the Park for a future item? Or do you feel that 8 events is enough for the year?
Well, we've been looking at maybe adding another event, so I can certainly bring that up at our next board meeting. And I'm not really familiar with Boots in the Park, so I don't really know what that entails. Is it music and, okay. So we can certainly take that into consideration.
Okay, that would be great.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I like to bring, well, if they can bring back the music in the park when we had bands play at the pavilion over there. That was nice when they came out, when the weather was nice. People came out. So, see, it's future, guys, future.
I
They
got a
can pull
question on the fireworks. Is that a sliding scale where if the cost goes up, the chamber can come back? If the cost of fireworks go up or go down and,
I just took
difference between the 11,000?
you could certainly take that up
Amend it.
if the cost goes up and it costs them more than the 22, they can come in and ask you. But for purposes of the agreement, I just seized on the 1/2 number that
They
she
said.
expressed the last time she was up here.
Right, that's what I heard too. And page 155 on the contract, just in terms of the syntax, annually, chamber shall provide the city with a copy of the chamber's annual budget and quarterly financial reports. The quarterly would be every quarter, right? Every 3
For
months?
3 months.
Got it. Okay, just clarifying that. Right, and I concur. It's a great partnership with the chamber, and we thank the chamber and all the volunteers who do such great work. Thank you. We've got at least a couple here tonight. Really appreciate your work and your partnership with the city and promoting our city. Okay, are there any comments before I call for a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Sure, come on up.
Oh, sorry.
First of all, City Council, Mayor, we really, on behalf of the city of Selma, I really thank you guys for, not letting the 3rd of July die, because that's a Selma tradition and a lot of families enjoy it. It's a lot of work. I mean, it's a lot of work, but you know what? It's well worth it, because we get to go out there and celebrate our liberty with our citizens of Selma, and it's just an awesome event. So thank you guys, and a round of applause was for you guys, man. You guys didn't let that die down, so appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. Keep up the good work.
Faster. Anybody with a motion? Did I interrupt you, Councilmember Avalos? Motion to approve?
I make a motion to
Is there
approve.
a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes, item passes. Thank you. Item 4.2, discussion item, review of planning commissioner terms. Attorney.
Mayor, members of the council, you have in your packet the, there we go. I guess they call this the Matty Act list, which I think incorrectly, in fact, I know incorrectly, specifies the terms of some, but not all of the planning commission members. The clerk provided you with a corrected version showing the dates of appointment of each and when their current terms expire. And it looks like you have only one sitting member whose term expires June 30, 2025, and there's a vacant seat that expires June 30, 2026, I guess. So you can appoint to those two, but the rest of them are all, well, there's two people that are 2025, and then there's the vacant seat that expires 2026. The rest of them all expire on or after 2027.
Got it. And I think there is a typo on Greg Garcia's. Commissioner Garcia's, it says date of appointment was 10/25/2025. I think it was 2021, right? Because it's 4-year term.
For 20. Yeah, it's,
Is there a different term for
that was
that?
a
Date,
typo?
different date of appointment, because that hasn't happened yet. That would be the future.
I will confirm that with the planning department. It is one to where, as City Attorney Costanzo said, unfortunately, the original list that was provided was incorrect. That one was the one that was on the website. So I am actually having to research and obtain the original applications. So I apologize. That one definitely is a typo, and I will confirm what the date was.
Got it. Just for future information, when we do bring up the commission items, if we could have the applications of those applying for the commissions, that would be helpful. The reason I brought this up at the last meeting was I was aware that we had a planning commissioner who did resign recently, so we have a vacancy. So this is to appoint the vacant position tonight. So I'm going to bring this back to council for the vacant position tonight to appoint that. I am aware of at least one person who had applied and who is looking to be appointed to the planning commission, and these commission appointments are made by the council. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Correct.
Thank you. With that, I'll bring the matter back to council, and I believe that we have one candidate here for planning commission. If we have others, I'll ask them to speak. But if there's anyone a candidate for planning commission who would like to speak right now, would you please step up and introduce yourself and let us talk to you, or hear from you, I should say.
Yolanda Torres. I did put in an application prior to Reina leaving, and it's not on file. So I tried to look for my copy that I had, and unfortunately, I redid my office at home, and I can't locate it. So I will be putting in another application, but I had already one on file, but it can't be located.
Thank you, Ms. Torres.
Mayor, I think it might be worth placing the appointment of the vacancy on a future agenda, just so that we're able to review all the outstanding applications that have been received and give other folks the opportunity. I know this item wasn't agendized for an appointment, so I think just to remain above board on that process, I think it might be helpful to push it to the next agenda.
I think it actually was agendized for an appointment, city manager. It was agendized to specifically address the vacancy, and I would agree with you on the one the upcoming vacancy for Commissioner Salas, I believe is the chair of the Planning Commission. Her term is up on June 30th, and I would agree that we would bring that back as as an agenda item. However, we have a vacancy, an issue that we need to address, and we have a even number of council members. I know I would feel more comfortable with an odd number for votes. Do we have any other candidates for Planning Commission who would like to speak tonight?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity for letting me speak, Mayor and Council. Um, so I would like to take this time to give you.
Your name is?
Oh, Brian Ramirez. I would like to take this time to give you a brief summary of my background and who I am. My name is Brian Ramirez. I was born and raised in Selma and attended all Selma schools from Washington School to graduating from Selma High. I recently started getting involved in my community because I started attending council meetings and saw that my community needed a change for the better. Since then, I feel God has changed the course of my life that took a turn for something far more greater. As the saying goes, Jesus take the wheel. That is when I started talking to the people in our community about their concerns and issues within our city, many who shared the same ideas and interests as myself. I've also volunteered helping the Portuguese community during their Fiesta parade when they faced a difficult challenge. I've also helped set up for the Tejano concert when they also faced their own challenges. I am always on the lookout for our furry animals and have helped reunite people with their four-legged friends. I've also donated to our local organizations as well. These are just some examples, but I would love to dive deeper into our community because there is always room for not only growth, but there is so much more to do and learn because we never stop learning as individuals. As someone who is from the barrio and whose grandparents that were farm workers, I am a hard worker. I don't give up. I don't take no for an answer. I am someone who likes to tackle things head on. I am ready for the next chapter. And that is why I stand before you to hopefully be selected for the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Did any council members have any questions for Mr. Ramirez tonight?
I have a question. I understand Ms. Torres's application was lost. So,
Oh, can I add to that? My application was also lost.
yeah, I was gonna.
I turned it in on the 21st, and then it was brought to my attention that it wasn't in the file, so I came again, and it was stamped again as well.
Yeah, Mr. Ramirez's application was also lost. He was lucky enough to find his original one, so, I don't know. I would like to, if we could find Ms. Torres' application, because she preceded everybody else's application.
Rest of the issue.
Go ahead,
Can I
Councilmember
address,
Avalos.
Last discussion we had on people serving on committees. I felt that if they serve on one committee, they couldn't serve on another committee. We kind of agreed to this. That way, there's the fairness across the city. That way, I'm on this committee, this way, hey, I serve on parks, I serve on planning, I serve on, whatever the committees we choose to create, that we choose one individual to stay on one of them. Not, if the other one wants to resign from the other one, that's fine. And apply for this one, that's fine. I'm okay with that.
So if they're on another commission, they apply and they're accepted for the one commission. The
I-
understanding is they would
yeah.
resign from the other commission.
They want to resign from it.
Well, there's several members that are serving on 2, 3 different boards.
Yeah, I
So,
don't think that's gonna.
so are you saying that this has to be across the board? They can only serve on one board?
Well, you would have to establish that as a requirement first.
Which is not a
And
requirement currently.
going back in time and doing it now when there are people serving on 2 or more committees would be difficult because you can't cut into their term. So what we're talking about right now is the vacant seat, and that term expires in June of 2026. So you're talking about appointing one person basically for 1 year as a planning commissioner. And if you want to take something up that revisits, the rules of the road as far as commission members go, and establish a requirement that you can serve on one and only one committee, is that correct, Jim?
I think that's what
If
he's
that's what you
indicating, but
want to do,
that's
you
not
can
current
do that
procedure.
going forward,
Right.
but you can't retroactively cut
Probably a good
into
agenda item because
that
there's some
person's
debate on that.
term.
Okay. So maybe we can add that as a future agenda item on terms, commission terms, but for right now, it's not the procedure, so we're not,
Yeah.
that's
I
not
mean,
what
I
we're
just want to,
reacting to.
say that, Councilman Avala's idea came up as far as the animal, what is it, advisory board, and that's how it came up. But to do it now, and I'm gonna tell you, I serve in Parks and Recreation or Community Services for over 21 years. And the only reason is because you really don't get a line of 30 people wanting to be in these commissions. The people who are serving are people who really want to serve the city of Selma and make it better. I mean, there was times that we were in a vacancy for a long time because why? Because nobody put in. So if we're gonna make it more and more restrictive to be able to serve on commissions, then we're gonna be ending up with, I know community services, the spot that I held is still vacant. And I know there's people that put in and hasn't been brought up to us to vote for the people that have applied. So, that's my 2 cents, and, take it for what it's worth.
Thank you. Okay, any council members have any additional questions for Mr. Ramirez, the candidate for the Planning Commission tonight?
Right, we're just dealing with one vacancy, bottom line.
One vacancy tonight, and then we'll be dealing with another potential vacancy on June 30th or before that, when Ms. Salas's position comes up.
Oh,
We'll be looking at the other
and they
applications
can reapply.
along with
Okay.
the reapplication of
fine.
Ms. Salas if she reapplies.
Now, let me ask you this. I'm gonna be the devil's advocate. What happens if they happen to find Yolanda's application? Her application's gonna precede everybody else's. What do you do now? What do you do then?
We're making a vote. This vote tonight will be the decider, whether that application turns up or not. Tonight is the deciding
I
vote,
understand, but
but
usually,
anybody is
usually it
is
goes by
encouraged.
whoever applies first, not.
And that was my suggestion, to give Ms. Torres the opportunity to submit a new application, backdated probably to when you originally submitted it, so that both could be considered at the public council meeting.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and submit my application. Like I said, I don't want it, there's a vacancy, it needs to be filled. Mr. Ramirez is here. He wants the position, it should be filled. If my application is found or not, I'm gonna apply for the June 30th, the next vacancy that comes up. Like we were saying, these vacancies, we have vacancies for a reason. People don't want to step up and be part of our community. I don't see a problem why we can't serve on several communities if we're committed to our community and to our public. And so, but yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just withdraw so you can make a vote for Mr. Ramirez, and I'll go ahead and submit another application to come up for the next, okay? Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
And I would just like to address the issue with the lost applications. We have a deputy city clerk currently filling the position of city clerk. Some of these issues are coming up that, for example, the Matty Act wasn't being properly kept. Some of these applications for commissioners were not being properly filed away. With our deputy city clerk in the interim role, as we find a new city clerk, I think those issues will not be recurring issues going forward. So I did want to mention that to the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, are we still in the community? Are we still having public comments, or are we council members?
We are. We've got
Okay.
a member of the public who'd like to
I
say
just
something.
wanted to say that our commissioner that resigned, Mandeep Singh, the reason he resigned was because he bought a home. He bought that house right on the corner of Dinuba and McCall, which is outside the city limits right now. So that's why he had to resign his position. Not that he wanted to, believe me. And we were very sad to see him go.
Thank you for that
Thank you.
clarification. Thank you to Mr. Singh for his service.
Betty Standridge, McCall Village. I'm a little confused. At the last council meeting, I was not allowed to be on the animal board because, or the oversight committee, because a rule was made at that council meeting that I was already on one committee, one commission. I could not be on another. And so I was excluded from that. So I think in all fairness, if you are going to make a rule at one meeting, you should be consistent. That's all I have to say.
And I think the difference is, Ms. Standridge, that the difference is that's an advisory committee, and none of those people on the advisory committee are also serving on commissions. But commissions are a different, as the city attorney advised, that's more of an ad hoc and advisory committee,
There
not
are two
subject to the
council
Brown Act.
members.
Very informal.
There are two council members on that committee, and that in and of itself makes it very, very different from everything else.
Got it. That's the difference. But thank you, and we will continue to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, any other comments? Anybody on the phone or online with a comment or question?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. I'm apologizing for tuning in late to this, but unfortunately I had a work commitment. So I just wanted to make a couple comments about the last council meeting. And I would like to make a suggestion. I felt that the $11,000 approved for the fireworks, which I get is a community event.
We're on a different council. We're on a different agenda. If you could wait for your comments until the last oral communications, Ms. Van Horn, you can make that comment then. Thank you, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Just
Sorry,
hang on.
but
Thanks, no
like I
problem.
said,
Thank you,
sorry.
appreciate it. Anybody else with a comment? Okay. Is there a nomination for the vacant seat for the member of the Planning Commission tonight?
Mayor, the item was posted as a discussion item on the agenda. It was not posted as an action item. It was posted as a discussion item.
Okay, do we
Well,
need,
you have, under the headings for new business, it says report, discussion, and/or council action will be taken. So my understanding is that we were reviewing the planning commission members' terms. We've determined that there's a vacant seat. The council wishes to adopt or take an action to fill that vacant seat. So that is covered by this agenda.
thank you. Is there a motion to nominate someone for the vacant position for the Planning Commission tonight?
I'll make a motion
To nominate,
to nominate Brian
is
Ramirez.
there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, would you call the roll, please?
Rich is already here.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
No.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes, congratulations, and thank you for your service, Mr. Ramirez.
Right, Ridge is right hand.
With that, we'll move on to our next item, which is item 4.3, a discussion item review of carport development standards. Deputy City Manager Key.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. At your last council meeting, it was requested that staff bring forth the development standards for carports that exist within the municipal code. Carports are generally considered structures under the municipal code, so they're subject to the setback requirements identified within the corresponding zone districts. Setbacks are usually, not usually, they are used for, prevention of fire hazards, to provide sufficient space for access, separation of buildings, from aesthetics, help preserve drainage on properties so that your roof line isn't too close, you aren't discharging rainwater onto someone else's property, utility access, ventilation. In addition, they provide consistency in neighborhoods from an aesthetic point of view, preserving sight lines, as well as preventing overbuilding of the property. Staff provided some corresponding setback requirements to the adjacent communities, of which, as part of our zoning code update that was adopted last year by your council, are very consistent with the current requirements of the city. And so staff is presenting them for discussion, and we're here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Do we have any questions for the Deputy City Manager on this review of carport development standards?
Yeah, Jerome. Last year, they approved some changes in the city ordinance, is that correct?
Correct.
And did it include this particular items, these carports, or was it included?
Carports and garages, which are considered parking facilities, those standards didn't change as part of the zoning code update. We did allow slightly smaller setbacks for non-parking facilities such as living space. So living space, popping out your living room or a porch could be as close as 15 feet under our zoning code update in some zone districts. But parking facilities did not change.
The reason why I asked that question is I just want to clarify if it was in the city code that you put it in, say about carports, yes or no?
I'm sorry, what was the?
Well, it was, when you put the setbacks, was the carports included in the setbacks in writing?
Yes.
Okay. And do we have a copy of it? Let me ask that question.
A copy was presented to city council when it was adopted in
On the
2020.
carport operation setbacks and stuff like that.
A copy of the zoning ordinance or the
Yes.
specific
On
section?
the
Because
specific on the carports.
there's various sections of the municipal code where the standards are applied. Carports is as the staff report states, is a defined structure, and all structures comply with setbacks. And so there's a table within the zoning code that shows what structures need to comply with in the corresponding zone district.
The reason why I'm asking that is, before, I want to make sure that, before we make these decisions, it's clarified in the city code that it specifies carports, bottom line.
And I can assure the council member that the municipal code and
It's
zoning
in our
code
municipal code.
they do state carports.
And it's in a straight structure as well, right? Okay.
The staff report indicates the different sections where the carport is mentioned in the municipal code, council member.
I just want to make sure it's in our city code as far as like in the black book writing right now, we see it. Page number 36 or whatever it is, it does specify. Okay.
Okay, so you said this was set back in a year ago,
Well,
the rezoning?
the updated zoning code was adopted. We called it the Comprehensive Zoning Code Update, which was adopted by your council. I think it was in August of 2024. Reorganized the zoning or the title, the municipal code where zoning was kept, Title 11. It did not change a lot of the requirements. In some cases, it added requirements, it added new zone districts, it added new definitions, and it reorganized the structure so it was easier to follow. The requirement for a 20-foot setback to a carport has been the requirement for the city much longer than since August 2024. That has always been the requirement.
Okay.
Were there any updated requirements for this setbacks in 2024?
No. As I stated, if anything, we added a provision to allow some living space to be closer, to allow people to utilize more of their property, to give some character to homes so that they weren't flush 20 feet. Living space could be popped out an additional 5 feet. The whole reason parking facilities are required to be at 20 feet for the most part is to ensure that they are able to fit completely on the property and not block the sidewalk. And so the 20-foot setback for parking facilities is not just an aesthetic or anything like that. It's to ensure public access along sidewalks for ADA purposes.
I was going to get to that. Was that in regards to the ADUs?
Not necessarily ADUs per se. I mean, parking for ADUs is restricted by state law, so you don't need additional parking spaces. So parking facilities such as garages and carports to ensure that they don't block the sidewalk are typically mandated in most, if not all jurisdictions. A minimum that I've seen is 18 feet, but we're at 20 feet, which is consistent with surrounding communities.
See, and that's what I guess I don't understand, because a carport, people are putting a carport on their property, which is not going over even near the sidewalk. I mean, this is within their property. And we're saying, and like ADUs, you can put that behind your backyard with no problem. So where does this prevent the safety issue. If you're putting a carport in front of your yard because you want to add a few more spaces in front of your, how is that presenting a safety issue? And have we had any issues where you couldn't get to the home? Let's just say a fire. Did that prevent you from not being able to get to the house? I mean, I'm just trying to understand this language because it just doesn't make sense. I mean, you have a carport that's open. An ADU is a closed, it's another home. So if anything's gonna catch on fire, it's gonna be the ADU. I mean, yes, the carport, but that's an open, that's just for you to park a vehicle under, you know. So if it gets on fire, oh well. But a main concern would be an ADU, that's another living facility. So I'm just trying to see where do we present the safety problem here?
So-
Because I don't think anybody's building their carport towards the road. I think it's on your property.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, and pardon me if I didn't understand, I didn't understand the reference to ADUs per se. But with regard to parking, a carport is not needed to add a parking space. A parking space is available to somebody in front of their garage with or without a carport. The carport is not needed to generate or create a new area to park. They already have a driveway and a space in front of their garage. A carport can provide some obstructions. You were speaking about carports that are open. There are carports that have sides. And so if you have a carport along the side with closed sides on a driveway, there's no way for that motorist to see any oncoming traffic, somebody riding a bike, somebody walking by their property. And so from the standpoint of setbacks, setbacks provide a buffer for cars leaving their property, such as out of their garage, and allow them visibility to see pedestrians, cyclists, other cars coming so that they can enter because they're backing into the street more often than not. And so setbacks in a lot of ways provide the opportunity, especially when you're talking about parking facilities, the ability of the owner to enter the public space safely. Now, if we're talking about open air carports, again, they're not needed to create a new parking space. We're talking about parking areas in front of garages for the most part that are already available for that person to park.
All very reasonable, but the reason I brought this up was because we got code enforcement going out, citing a bunch of people. We had Mr. Morales come out who's disabled and say, you know, it's gonna be hard for him to get rid of his carport. People are using their garages now to live or to store things, and so, you know, they're using their driveways for parking. And it's really hot here in the summer, as we all really know, unfortunately. And some people need carports, and they've used them for that. Shield, in Mr. Morales' case, he's got some nice collector cars. I can see why he did it. The issue I think that I'm having and I had is, wow, all of a sudden I had all these constituents say, why am I getting ticketed for this? I've had this for years. And I spent a bunch of money. One particular person spent like a ton of money to put the carport in. Granted, they should have had a permit for it and an inspection, which would have told that person, you know, the setbacks, the correct dimensions of the setbacks, but they didn't. So it went up and they spent the money on this, perhaps thinking that it's just a carport. Why do I have to contact the city on it? Well, they found out why. So now they're getting potential fines and injunctions or these requirements to remove, which is going to be expensive, which is not the city's problem. But it is what we're announcing, we're talking about tonight in this discussion item, these standards, which are pretty standard with the other cities that we've seen, the feet. I think Mayor Pro Tem's comment was the ADUs setbacks are a little bit different than the setbacks required on the carports. They're a little different there. And I can see why there's a requirement for carports for visibility, like you say, backing out, so you don't back into traffic, sidewalk, and for fire, so it doesn't spread to that. I get that. The issue is we've got citizens who've had them up for years, never been a safety problem, never been an issue. And we wanted to clarify this so we can clarify with the citizens where the city is coming from on this. Because, right, we talk to them on a daily basis, just like you guys do, but it's a little different. They elect us. So we talk to them, have a little bit different nature of a discussion. And I want to be able to go back and tell them, give them the compelling reasons why the city is all of a sudden threatening to fine them about having these carports, which they've had for years.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, beyond the few safety concerns we have with carports, I've sit and listened to council speak for the last few years, and we talk a little bit about other cities and communities around us and the things that they do well. And having lived in those cities in the past, as aesthetics, we talk about cleaning our city from encampments to homeless to, everything that we do. I think that if you allow one carport, you allow all carports, not just in this neighborhood, but in every neighborhood. And when we are trying to clean up our city and make it aesthetically pleasing as we build new homes and we start to expand, which is inevitable, right? We're gonna explode. The city is gonna explode here in the coming years with all these infrastructure developments. I think that we have to think about, how we all sacrifice a little bit for the betterment of our community. Additionally, what I would say is that, when I came here 2.5 years ago, I asked for code enforcement. And I think I spoke with the city manager, said, I don't want code enforcement, but I think it's a tool that we have not used in many years. And we've not taken full advantage of that program to help beautify our city. And everything that we're trying to do, from the beautification committee to code enforcement, to your efforts, your approvals, is to beautify our city. And this is just one component to that. We've really, like any program, and I'll kind of allude to this a little bit later when I talk about our Explorer program. It's the staff that you put in place. It's the support you have, that your staff has, to be able to move our community forward. When I was in Fowler, I understood the enormous challenge that I had, because in Fowler, our community felt like they lived in a bubble and that they were immune to the rest of the world. And being a law enforcement professional, I understand that nobody is immune to the evils of the world. We're just not. So educating the community of Fowler, educating the community of Selma as to how we move forward, how when we bring in new residents to Selma, that they understand our culture and what we're trying to achieve. But we can't ask one resident to maintain one standard and a new resident, because now they're new, to abide by a different standard, right? I think we all have to kind of sacrifice a little bit, understand what we're trying to achieve, and then maintain that standard for everybody. So I think a lot of the problems and uneasiness that our community having, rightfully so, is that we're using a component of code enforcement that we've not used in the past, at least not to its fullest ability. And I kind of, that's where we're at today, I think. And it's unfortunate, but what I would, I wouldn't mind, having a discussion with any community members that you would like to send my way, and we can talk to them, tell them exactly what we're trying to achieve, and the madness behind it, if you will, right? But there is a method to the madness in it, and it's working. I think that you drive around town, and the community of Selma looks better. It just does, right? We're right on top of our cleanups with your support. We're trying to be as proactive as we can, and that lends itself to our community feeling safer. And there's so many things that go into that. I just got another book on the broken window theory, and this is part of that theory. It's a proven theory.
Sure.
So I know it's uncomfortable, but it's one of those things, another component that we add to make and beautify our city, sir. And I hope that answers the question. But I would love to have those conversations with those citizens, though I know it's uncomfortable. And in the gentleman that came to complain, and I absolutely understand his frustration and concern, but somebody complained about that. So if we're going to listen to his complaint, what about the complaint of the person that, right? And that's kind of where we're at, sir.
Chief, can I elaborate a little bit? I know.
Yes, ma'am.
those individuals you're speaking of, and their carports are carports that are very nice, and this came from Code. Code even expressed this to me. Said these are very nice carports. They put a value, they actually increase the value of that property. They're not junky carports. Okay, they put money into it. Now I can see and I appreciate the beautification that Code is going out there. Some of these carports that are made out of just aluminum looks crappy, or they have this plastic that's all tore up and they just, putting Band-Aids together. I get that. That needs to go down. That isn't, but these other carports that, like I said, have these individuals that put quite a bit of money into it, and it's increased the value of their property. We're not comparing apples to apples. These other things look junky, and I still drive around Selma, and I could tell you, I appreciate everything but there's still a lot of these homes they're not being enforced. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but there's some, and I think there's a lot of citizens around here that would also agree. How come they're not telling them anything? And I get it. Okay, I know you guys can't hit every single one, and you're going to get there, but that's the problem. How are we enforcing something for these properties? And I get it, they didn't pull a permit, okay, but they've been there for over 10 plus years. Never said anything, and all of a sudden now they got to take them down. I mean, that's, I think, where we, as council members, are saying, wait a minute, because I drive around other cities and I see, I looked at these same cities you guys put on here, and I can tell you, Kingsburg, they do the same thing. Go down on Mariposa Street. I know, crappy, okay? Sanger, go down by the Chancla. You'll see all those ugly carports, okay? Everybody has it. Every city has it. But how are we going to work together? That's all I'm caring. Our citizens pay taxes, okay? They own property here. We need to work together. And that's what I'm saying. What can we do today? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for solutions. And I appreciate, thank you for cleaning up this community, because yes, we have been asking for that, okay? But carports that are very nice, how can we work to do better for our citizens?
Chief, can I chime in
Yeah.
real quick? A couple things. First of all, the municipal code and all the codes we enforce are the absolute minimums people have to abide by. And so whether it's setbacks or the requirement to get a permit, which would actually be the violation in most cases, not necessarily the violation of setbacks per se, in which case if they applied for a permit, they would be told what the rules are and where they could put it. And so what we're talking about is upholding the minimums that have been adopted by the city. That's really what we're talking about. Chief is upholding the minimums that have been adopted by the city, either through the municipal code or the zoning code update. And so what we're talking about is just enforcement of the minimums. And if we want to lower the minimums, that's fine. If we want to lower our standards, that's fine. However, consistency shows in other cities, the minimums that we uphold and we have adopted are consistent. And so we can talk about, what type of carport it is. It's a structure. And if we're going to be fair and equitable to citizens, upholding the rules that we have said are the minimums is what is equitable. And so at the end of the day, first off, it's a building permit violation because they didn't come in and apply for a permit because it's over 120 square feet. Second, it's a setback violation given where it's located. And so that's what we're actually talking about in relation to most of these carports is it's a building code violation, not necessarily a setback violation.
And a few years ago, the council, a much different council, looked at even banning carports, and that didn't go anywhere. That was a non-starter. We're not talking about banning carports. I think we're talking about the setbacks here. And if we're talking about the municipal code, I believe there's there's a reason that the city has a planning commission and has applications for variances. Would that be a potential for people who have these long-standing carports to come apply for consideration by the planning commission? If, say, I've had my carport for 10 years, it looks good, and it would be really financially harmful to me. Would that be a potential avenue, legal avenue, for these folks to come and appeal this decision?
Variances are usually a product of some unique defect that prohibits a property owner of the use of their property that other people in the zone district are afforded. The examples that I usually give when I describe people that want to apply for variances are, you have an abnormally shaped parcel that was maybe created before the standard was in place, so your setbacks may make the buildable area considerably smaller than other properties. You have a river running through your property that creates a smaller buildable area on your property. You have topography issues, and all of these items are listed specifically: topography, unique circumstances, special circumstances, as reasons to grant a variance. And so my personal opinion is, if someone were to apply for a building permit, they could put a carport on their property at some area and be afforded the same rights as other people if they have other area on their property. They have a garage. What is the special circumstance that is giving them the reason or the relief that they need from the development standards for a carport? So a variance would probably not be the avenue that I would recommend, given that it is a special circumstance, unique circumstance with someone that is not afforded the same use of their property as someone else.
Would that be a grounds for coming to the planning commission to claim a special circumstance in the event that someone has had, say, the carport that looks nice, is not a fire hazard, and has been around for 10 years and would be an extreme financial burden on them to
I don't
remove?
believe it would be grounds. I don't know if financial circumstances is a reason to grant a variance, especially when they could have applied for a permit and known what the requirements were before they built it.
Is council prepared to create that kind of avenue that someone could use to approach the planning commission with to address their carport issues? Would that be something that the council would like to see as a future agenda item?
That kind of depends whether or not you're addressing an issue where the person has built a carport that conforms to the setbacks, conforms to every other provision of the building codes. They just failed to go get a permit. And that just calls into question whether, what the remedy is against the homeowner for failing to go out and get a permit. It seems to me that if you've built the thing and you're willing to pay a penance, so to speak, for failing to come in and get the permit originally, that if you were able to demonstrate that the structure conforms to every requirement out there, that ought to be allowed, although you should have to suffer some sort of consequence for failing to come in and get
What
for
about
the
a
permit,
penalty fee?
because otherwise you're applying a different standard to different people, and it's just not fair. But yeah, you could use the variance mechanism to escape that, but I think because I think the penalty for building something without going through the permitting process is typically to take it down. And that's, if you build something that's very expensive and that does in fact conform to the building codes, that's kind of an extreme outcome.
So we could, as a council, ask the
You
planning
could, as a
commission to
council,
look at that.
adopt a ordinance, and it would have to be in an ordinance that provides an avenue for relief from for people that have failed to conform with the requirement for obtaining a building permit, but in fact, the structure they've created conforms to your
Got it.
requirements.
However,
But I think there should be.
not the setbacks, though. That's hard and fast. It would be discriminatory to allow folks who did not
Well,
build their
and he's
carports
correct
in
about,
accordance
you
with
know, the
setbacks.
financial circumstances not being a part of what you're looking at when you're looking at a variance. You're looking at about whether it fits into the community property properly and those sorts of things. Your financial circumstances aren't considered. And, you know, your setbacks, you have those for a very good reason. And people,
So those are hard or fast rules. All we'd be talking about is someone who put in a carport and either forgot or just didn't get a permit to put them up, but in every other way, the carport would have been permitted had they gone and gotten a permit.
I have another question for the attorney. You know, I noticed the adoption, I was reading the adoption updated in June 24, but what if this structure was built before June 24th? Wouldn't that be
I think
grandfathered in
the
that structure
20-foot setback has been in your code forever,
regardless?
my understanding. It's a very, very common thing. Most cities have this, and you'll
So-
see that like the side setbacks and the rear setbacks are much, they're like 5 feet, even less for the side setbacks.
The reason
You
why
know,
that, the reason why
so
that,
the reason for those front setbacks
yeah.
is because that's the point at which you come into contact with the rest of the community out there. Nobody really cares what you're doing in your backyard that much. And nobody really cares what you're doing with the side yard that much. And so those are shorter setbacks. But the 20-foot setback for a front yard, that is, I don't think I've seen anything less than that anywhere.
Do we have any members of the public who have anything they would like to share about
Thank you.
this
Yeah.
item on carports tonight?
When we're talking about carports, now we're not talking about pop-up canopies, right? Because that's what I'm seeing all over is people popping up canopies in their front yard under their cars. And that's an eyesore. Those are what I wish people would not do. Now, I have gone by and I have seen Mr. Morales's carport. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I know he spent a lot of money on it. He does do custom cars. But I'm with Miss Guerra. I think, something has to be, people have spent a lot of money to make their houses look beautiful. For instance, Mr. Morales, his house looks very nice with the carport in front. But I'm kind of confused. Are we talking about pop-up canopies that people are using as carports? Because that's what I'm seeing all over, is the
I
pop-up
think your code
canopies.
prohibits those.
Well, that's what I'm seeing, and we have, in my area as well, I've seen people, in fact, my neighbor I have to admit, I put my
Where you live?
carport
No,
up.
I'm kidding.
I don't, by Iroquois. But I have admit, I put my carport, my pop-up canopy up over my car for a few days because my grandson was very ill and he had
Temporarily.
medical issues and it was
Gotcha.
very hot. I didn't like it, but I did it because our garage had our 65 Chevy pickup that we need to keep secure. So I was transporting him to his hospital visits, so I put the canopy up to keep the car cooler for him. But I didn't like it, so I took it down because I just didn't, I mean, it was a brand new one, but I didn't like the way the pop-up canopy looked in my yard, so I took it down. But what I'm saying is, that's what I think we should be targeting, is all these torn up canopies that people are using in their front yard over their cars. I think that's where I'm confused. Are we looking at that as an issue?
I think that's another issue for another
that's-
meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are
Yeah,
temporary.
yeah.
Those are not structures.
Mr. Mayor,
as defined in the
obviously,
code.
we're looking at those, that's the preset to us getting to here.
Okay.
But it takes time to get around the
I
city.
understand.
So we're kind of working
That's the
the
next
entire
step.
city, right?
Got it. Thank
With
you.
complaints first, then as we're going through our natural course of duties, and we identify problems and we start to kind of give
I believe these
notifications.
refer to carports that are bolted and are actually
And
part of
built
the
up.
real estate.
Yeah,
Correct.
and I agree that people should pull their
That are
permit.
open on two sites.
Yeah, and I agree, people should pull their permits. They need to follow the rules like everybody else. But I think, you know, like Ms. Guerra said, you know, people spent a lot of money. I don't know, just something needs to be decided on.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Teresa Salas. In agreement with what Chief Alcaraz said, we did not have a very strong code enforcement of officers in the past. In the last 2 years, I think it's been that we've had code enforcement, and the gentlemen that we have now are very well versed in what our ordinances are, and they're able to drive around and actually see these things, which is a lot of it's coming to the light now, I believe, because I've spoken to them about some of these things too. And just because it wasn't a problem yesterday doesn't mean it's not going to be a problem tomorrow. We have no idea whether it's going to be a fire hazard or block somebody's vision tomorrow. Today it's not, yesterday it wasn't. So to say that just because he's had it there for 10 years doesn't, it's never going to be a problem. It could be. We don't know that. Because somebody had $10,000 to spend on a carport and somebody only had 5,000, doesn't make it fair. You're going to tell this guy who has a $5,000, yours looks crappy, you're going to have to take it down, but you spent 10,000 on yours, so we'll let you have yours. Having a variance, it's like the attorney said, if you followed all the rules and you just didn't get your permit, okay, yeah, we'll penalize you, you pull out your permit after the fact, and you have your permit for your carport. But if your setbacks are not right, or you make it too big or too tall or whatever, those are the things that you cannot get a variance for, because it's not, it's like the deputy city manager said, it's not a unique or special circumstance. Your lot is the right size, and you had knowledge or should have had knowledge that you had setbacks or certain things. That's why you can't get a variance on that. And to come to the planning commission, that's what we would discuss, the ordinances and what is allowed and what variances would be allowed and why. And then that's what the planning commission would discuss and vote on based on the city ordinances.
Thank you for that. Any other public comment? Anybody online or on the phone with comment? I think she's going to talk at the last oral communications.
Hello, I'm so sorry. There was a little difficulty. This is Mary again.
Yes.
So as far as the permits go, I was a little bit confused about your first statements because it seemed kind of like, I don't know, that you were okay with that person doing that. And if you want to, like grandfather his in and make sure that his permit at that time was, appropriate, that's a different story. And that's fine. But I think that you should state that.
Are you talking to me or the council, or who are you talking to?
W- I assumed I was talking to our mayor.
Okay. Council has pretty much most of everybody on council has spoken tonight on this topic. So I'm not sure what you're discussing, but if I understand it, are you done with your comment so I can address you?
Well, I guess not, because I feel like in the very beginning, you were stating that kind of permits didn't matter, but for this particular individual. So,
I never said that, man, but go ahead.
okay, that's fine, but just let me finish. Okay, so if that's the case and are people in our town that have built, carports that maybe would have been in that particular era of what was permitted in that permit, fine, grandfather them in. But don't disregard that they didn't have a permit to begin with, because we all are required to have permits here. And I also didn't really appreciate the comments about, no one cares what you do in your backyard on your side yards. For me, for example, I actually do, because I really don't want my house to catch on fire because someone has built something too close to me, or that it's not up to code, or that it's completely plastic. So it kind of depends on what you're talking about.
Okay, I didn't say that, ma'am, that it was the city attorney, I believe, that commented on people, perception of items in the backyard and the side, but I thank you for your comments, and again, don't know where you came up with that notion that the mistaken notion that permits aren't important, because they are important. We're not talking about that tonight. We're talking about an issue where a lot of these carports have been cited or threatened to be cited by code enforcement, and they've come to the council members that you're hearing tonight, because we represent you, the community members, and we're trying to address that rather than just saying, well, look at your ordinance. You should have looked at your ordinance. Too bad for you. Too bad about your money situation. We're the human side of the ordinances, and we're trying to communicate while upholding the law to the letter of the law here in Selma. So tonight, we're trying to find a legal solution to this situation that's pretty unique in terms of these carports that were constructed in accordance with the code and with the law, but didn't have a permit, and in that respect, broke the law. But should those people need to tear down those carports or pay an exorbitant amount of money as a result of that? I don't know. That's up to, I believe, the council to take a look at and to decide. I don't think the answers are as easy, or, they're just not easy in this case. I think we have to look at this a little more. And in that respect, since I think our public comment is done, we'll bring the matter back to the council. This is a discussion item. Would council be interested in entertaining this item in the future to come up with perhaps another?
Well, I think what you're talking about is establishing a process where somebody who has built something, a carport, in conformity with all the requirements of the building code, in conformity with all of our setback requirements and everything else, they just took a shortcut and didn't get a permit. When that person gets cited, the typical citation is tear it down. And you can certainly establish by ordinance a process by which that person comes in, presumably before our planning commission, confesses to their sin, pays a penalty for failing to get that carport permitted, establishes to the satisfaction of your planning commission that what he has constructed does conform to every applicable building requirement. I think that person ought to be able to come to the planning commission and seek some lesser penalty than having to tear down the structure.
Right. And is there a?
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment?
Sure.
In the permit process, or what a permit is from our side, is an application to construct something with regards to what we're speaking of. In that process, there's a plan submittal that is reviewed by the building department and the fire department to ensure that it's compliant with all of the difference with varying codes: building code, mechanical code, electrical code, fire code. Once our review occurs, there's either comments given back to the the applicant, or there is no comments and they are issued a permit. Part of that permit is the inspections that occur to ensure that what is being constructed actually meets the design standards that were drafted by the architect or engineer. Going back to the process, I think that it's important if you are going to grant a retrospective permit for an already constructed carport in this circumstance, that there's an understanding that a plan review would have to occur that would require what the code standard is, as well as the ability to inspect that structure to ensure compliance. And so I can provide a couple of examples when that occurs. Sometimes in new construction in housing, especially because of the demands of getting subcontractors and staying on contract there, or I'm sorry, on schedule, there are times where sheetrock goes up before a rough-in inspection occurs. When that occurs, there are times where we require them to remove that sheetrock to open up to where we can see all of the items that we must inspect, whether it's seismic straps, fire sprinklers, electrical, those items. And so with regards to the what seems to be the specific carport of topic, in that process, it would be imperative for the fire department inspector as well as the building inspector to sign off or inspect to ensure, as the city attorney stated, total compliance with the code. And there's no way of doing that based on aesthetic. There are many things that look very nice. However, whether or not they're compliant with the building standards or building code is irrelevant to the aesthetic itself. And so I do believe that there is a way to do that. However, there needs to be an understanding up front with this decision for council to understand that there may be costly cost, I guess, to the applicant to open up spaces. And I only look at the fire code stuff. I don't look at the foundation requirements or any of the engineering stuff that happens subsurface. I look at the above ground stuff as the fire department. And so with regards to that, there may not just be a resolve by saying, yes, this looks nice. Yes, it's been here for 10 years. It looks like you may have followed the code. We may find through discovery, through the inspection process that happens in our permitting process, that is not the case. And so the other part of that is, there's obviously permit cost that covers the inspection fees, the plans review, all of those items that go into that, which I'm assuming would be part of that retrospective permitting process that you would have a citizen go through. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was clear and understood that, although this item is a discussion item for development standards, we can't deviate from what we adopt as the fire code or the building codes or electrical code or mechanical code for a structure that's, permanently constructed. The setbacks is, one thing, and obviously the planning commission does have the ability to grant variances in certain circumstances. However, the planning commission does not have the ability to grant variances with regards to adherence to code. And so I just want to make sure that that's very clear. The city attorney touched on it, I think, a couple of times with regards to ensuring that it 100% satisfies all of the sections of the code. Our ability to ensure that that is in fact the case is challenging retrospective. And so that's something that needs to be considered with regards to how that process is going to work, and maybe the fees associated with that, because it's not as simple as going and looking at a rough-in inspection as we typically do, or a final inspection as we typically do, because of the deconstruction component that would occur with that.
Got it, thanks. So that's definitely an important component of the
That's
consideration.
that would definitely have to be a requirement.
That would be part
You know,
of
'cause
the new
I don't think
permit.
any of the planning commissioners are building inspectors. So you would definitely have to have an inspection by somebody qualified. And in the course of that inspection, that person might be required to, you know, if it has side panels on his carport, you might have to remove those. You might have to make some adjustments. I don't know what kind of inspection would be required to determine whether or not you properly uh, situated it in the ground, you know? Whether or not we can tell if the thing is got a proper foundation and is not gonna blow away with the wind. Whether or not that's even doable, I don't know. I'm not an engineer.
And to the city attorney's point, I think the discussion about grandfathering old construction is problematic to some extent, depending on when it was installed. As the fire chief points out, if the permit's required, we don't require them to comply with 1974 building code. We require them to comply with 2023 building code. And so a lot of these structures that if they've been around and there's been code updates, it may be impossible for them to meet the current code and it would need to come down anyway. And so these are the type of, you know, reviews and inspections that we conduct to the point of if someone were to have constructed a carport and the standards changed, that's a different issue. That's a non-conforming use type issue as long as they can prove when it was constructed. And then they can be within the setback as long as they don't alter it. And so we're talking about like 2 or 3 different things. To the point that the fire chief made, he's absolutely right in terms of code compliance is an issue. Code compliance is an issue whether it's a carport, a converted garage in the backyard, you know, an addition added to a home. Code compliance is a huge issue and it's a public safety issue to that end.
Great, got it. So it's a city issue, so it's important that it's almost like reapplying for a permit, and that brings up an issue of whether they have to conform to today's standards or whether
It
it's
brings up an issue as
grandfathered in.
to, whether
We
or not they have to
we'll get
conform
back to
to
this
today's
on another
standards or a
planning
past
commission
standard.
item tonight.
It also brings up an issue as to whether or not we're even capable of knowing whether this thing is properly constructed.
That's why this is a discussion item. We have gone well beyond the bounds of it. Do we want to continue this at a future? Does council want to
Well,
continue this
I
or
have a
just,
comment before you close the,
okay? But my direction at this time is, after the councilman's comment, do we want to continue this and explore these topics further, or just allow code enforcement to go out and cite all these people and tell them they have to tear down their carports? Councilman, did you have a comment?
I think, people that have these carports, all they're wanting is a chance to be able to, you know, find a remedy. And I think this is a good idea. And if they have to, you know, do whatever, if they don't want to do it, then it's got to come down. I mean, that's all you can do, right? I mean, but at least they'll have a remedy. They can try to remedy by getting the permit or whatnot, and then go from there. If we're just saying, well, go tear it down, or we're gonna give you a $10,000 fine, that's not, to me, that's not remedy. Remedy is, hey, you know what? We're gonna give you a chance to get the permit. You're gonna have to go through every step, like the chief said, like Jerome said, like the chief of police said, you gotta comply with every step. And if you can't meet the standards, well, I mean, there's nothing we can do, pretty much. Mayor?
I agree. That's giving them the avenue of having it looked at and following the steps to get that proper permit that they didn't in the first place. So would council like to continue this at a future council
I said, let's
meeting?
continue it.
Okay.
Continue, give them a little more time.
City attorney, could you maybe draft some language for us based on what we talked about tonight? I think.
In addition to looking in your code currently to see if that avenue for appeal already exists, it may.
If it does, maybe you could report back to us on that.
Your code incorporates all the building codes. Most of those building codes have opportunities for appeals to certain bodies, depending on what the building officials are telling them.
We could know how to advise our constituents who are coming to us with these concerns. That would be great. at a future council meeting. Thank you. And with that, we will consider this item closed for tonight, and we will take a 5-minute break, come back at 8:05. in session. And we're moving on to our next item, which is the item four, discussion item review of enterprise fleet contract.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. As requested in the February 18th council meeting, we brought back before you for discussion the fleet agreement with Enterprise. We have Mrs. Toriani and her associate here from Enterprise that will speak, but before they do, I'd just like to give a quick background of kind of how the city came to the determination that this was a good way to go for fleet replacement citywide. So when we first started looking at this program, number one, we went through Sourcewell. So Enterprise was fully vetted as far as fleet management and fleet services to municipalities. When I started in November of 23, I began taking inventory of current assets owned by the city, being that I do oversee the fleet maintenance program. And what we found was that we had several vehicles that we were spending money on that was far exceeding what the value of the vehicle was. For an example, Public Works in particular, we had several vehicles that were late 90s vehicles. And what I saw happening, the trend was that there was no equity left in the vehicle. They were basically, they weren't worth anything except scrap. And the money going through fleet for managing the repairs to those vehicles, it was extensive. And what I saw was non-sustainable long-term. With that being said, that was just looking at Public Works. When we got into PD and the vehicles that PD uses, as everybody knows, those vehicles hardly shut off. They're occupied every shift, and some of those vehicles were well over 120, 130,000 miles. For us to be able to sustain proper rotation of our assets citywide for the departments as required by each department, the sustainability factor was huge, and we were trying to figure out how do we manage that. Thus, Enterprise Fleet. We had several meetings with them to discuss how the program worked, what was the benefit to the city. I can tell you myself personally, council members and Mr. Mayor, that when we first started looking at this program, I was not into it at all. The reason for that was that I saw the value of purchasing outright and retaining equity to the city when we rotated those vehicles out. So typically under 100,000 miles, 5 years or less, they've kind of reached that point where for us to retain equity, we needed to dump them, bring in new vehicles. The good thing, what sold me on this program literally was one of our last meetings before we went into contract, was that at the end of the 5-year rotation, when the vehicles are rotated out, Enterprise sells those vehicles off. The equity in those vehicles stays with the city. We keep that equity. That money rotates over into a fund that helps finance future purchases through the program. So we actually do retain the equity in the vehicles through this program. The benefit is that, for an example, typically, say, PD, when they rotate vehicles out, they're going to get at least 2 to 3 vehicles. When those vehicles are purchased and fully outfitted, those are anywhere from $70,000 to $90,000, depending on the equipment that they're outfitted with. So just 3 of those vehicles at $80,000, you're looking at 240 grand. For the city to incur impacts on a regular annual basis, really, to keep those vehicles rotated properly where it was equitable to the city and keeping maintenance costs down, this was the way to go. I will let Mrs. Toriani speak. What I can tell you is that there are many municipalities and government agencies that actually use this very program. So with that being said, I'll let Ms. Toriani speak, and then we'll answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Michael. Good evening, everyone. Mayor, Council. My name is Danielle Troiani. I'm a representative for Enterprise Fleet Management. Just to expand a little on what Michael said, I do have the initial proposal that was presented to council at the onset of the partnership. Enterprise Fleet Management proposed an initial savings over a 10-year period for the city of Selma of $208,000. We proposed a average monthly cost savings for maintenance from $156 to $66, so 57% maintenance savings. And in your first year to free up $73,000 in capital from the salvage of 20 vehicles of underutilized assets. So my primary objective is to answer any questions you have, address any concerns you may have with the program, and overall just be here for you, to support you, and ultimately act as a resource so you can make the best decision for the city of Selma and feel good about that decision.
Does council have any questions?
Yeah, I have a
for-
question. When Director Hahn mentioned the equity, what does he mean by the equity?
Yes. So essentially, your leases are flexible finances. So in the past, you would go and purchase a vehicle on your own. So if a vehicle or an asset is worth, let's say, $50,000, you would go to council, get that vehicle approved, and the city of Selma would cut a check for $50,000. So now Enterprise is funding that asset for you. You're paying the vehicle down over a set amount of time. I think all of your leases are set up for 60 months. At the end of that lease, we're selling that vehicle for you. Whatever that vehicle is worth, the market value, minus what you owe, you're getting that equity back.
Okay, so my follow-up question is, so if you have a car, let's say in 5 years, and it's a car from PD and they put 200,000 miles on those, how much, that car's not gonna be worth very much.
So we're very conservative with our vehicles and we have a whole team behind us, finance management, fleet strategy managers.
I'm happy to address that. So every vehicle is its own set contract. So we would meet with each department head of whatever city municipality we work with, understanding the usage, the mileage patterns, the idle time, as we know there are with the various vehicles. So each vehicle is set up and managed on a monthly, quarterly basis with your department heads to assess that value, right? So today's economics on vehicles, resale market, acquisition market, those are all going to change next year, as we know. So we're keeping the finger on the pulse as Enterprise, the largest owner of vehicles in the world, and leveraging those economies of scales for our cities and our departments. So every year we're going to analyze the resale market and say, hey, keep this vehicle another year, or pull the trigger. The resale market gives you that money back and that flexibility.
Even though if it's less than 5 years?
Yes.
So who ends up making the money out in that deal? You guys?
All of the cash is yours. So it's no different than if you went and paid cash today and sold it tomorrow.
Doing this for free.
Well, because I know like in the private sector, if I went and leased a car for 5 years, they give you so many miles per year. Once, if you take it back and you got more than that, then they charge you per mile.
And I
So
think-
your equity value at the end of that, it's not very much.
So I think that's a concern a lot will have, is that they're used to a retail dealership, what they call a net or closed-end lease. That is not the leases that our municipal governments or our private sector customers use, right? Our lease is an open-ended or track lease, in which case it's a slowed finance. So if you went out to the banks and did a 5-year finance to zero, we're saying that that vehicle is worth something in 5 years. Why pay it down over 5 years to zero? Write it down to a conservative residual book balance of, let's say, 10,000, leaving the city more flexibility from a cash flow and budgetary perspective, doing more with less.
Council member, and to elaborate on that, thank you for that explanation. We have a dashboard that Enterprise provides that we can look at every vehicle and based on its mileage, because we take it in for service regularly, based on its mileage and its usage patterns, it tells you what, you know, the expected equity is at any given time. And they're really good about telling us, okay, we're probably, you know, if it goes another 50,000 miles, we're probably not going to get anything back for that car. So it might be better to sell it right now, get, you know, $8,000 and put that $8,000 towards a new vehicle to replace that vehicle. So all of that equity comes back to us to put towards a new replacement vehicle. And it's timed at the most optimal life of that vehicle so that we can get the most equity back, balancing our usage needs for the fleet.
So if city manager, if that 8,000, if city wanted to just pull it out and just use it at the used car dealership here in Selma, could it do that? Could it go to Enterprise? Hey, I want that equity. I'd like a check for that equity.
Yes.
You just give us a check for it right there without any early surrender fees, no kind of contract fees.
All we're managing is your current owed balance at any given time versus the market value of the vehicle. So again, why we would maybe pull a vehicle earlier than the 5 years, a great example recently is in 2022, 2023, commercial cargo vans were not built at a great capacity for manufacturers. So having a 2 or 3 year old cargo van meant for some of our cities that they could buy that vehicle for, or sell that vehicle for more than they bought it for 2-3 years ago, effectively making that vehicle free for the 2 or 3 years that they owned it.
Thank
right?
you.
So there's those capital
Thank you.
opportunities.
Councilmember Osagiri, you made a great point. Are they a nonprofit? Are you guys a nonprofit or are you for profit? So how it's such a great deal. How do you guys make your money on this?
So there's a monthly management fee for each
Okay.
vehicle.
And how much is that usually?
It's 0.10 of the cost of the vehicle.
The original cost of the vehicle, not the depreciated cost, the original cost. So you're paying a management fee based on the actual original cost of the vehicle. It's not a sliding scale.
Cost.
Got it.
So
Yeah.
if I could real quick too, something that hasn't been mentioned as of yet is that we are not obligated to buy any more vehicles. This contract does not make us purchase vehicles, period. We order vehicles at our will when we want to rotate the vehicles. Besides managing the actual loans, they've already mentioned part of what Enterprise helps us manage is the equitable value of each asset. So they help us track how many miles, how old, what the year make of the model is, and what the best resale value is to get the most equity out of it. Like they mentioned, it could be 2 or 3 years and they see an opportunity to get rid of it and rotate it out where it's super high equity. That is part of what they help us manage as well. But we are not obligated to order any other vehicles from them.
So why I brought this back was because when we originally did this, anybody remember what my concerns were? We're gonna do the whole fleet, and we don't even know these people. We haven't dealt with them before. And I checked around too, because, I know people who are in other cities as well. And if they've done it, they do like Enterprise. There's nothing wrong with your program at all. You're very professional, great stuff. The question is, I don't think I talked with a single city that had just jumped in and done it with their whole fleet. They tested you out first in department by department. The city of Selma didn't do that. The city of Selma just wholesale just went with this contract. And I was in more favor of phasing it in, which is in my opinion, logical and the considered way of doing it rather than just going 100% for Enterprise. Again, a great company, great plan. I was on the Calvans board. We looked at Enterprise on the Calvans board. That's 800 vans. So totally get the program. It's really good. Is it a fit for Selma? That's the question that I have. And that's why I brought this back. And if I could, I don't want to belabor the point. Everything you've said is spot on. The only issue or a big issue that I have is everybody does know we're in Selma, right? And do you know we have 9 million in sales tax? You know why we have 9 million? Because we have car sales. We get 6 million in car sales in sales tax. We don't buy cars anymore from our local car dealerships. We are defeating ourselves by going through and leasing these vehicles from a Fresno operation. We don't have maintenance Fresno, right? I guess we could do it if we opted in, but I don't think we are. That's depleting our maintenance people who work in our maintenance department. Back to the car sales. 6 million comes from in sales tax from car sales, from Farney and from Nelson and from the other smaller car dealerships. So that's why I would have recommended a phased-in approach of going with enterprise, seeing if it worked, and not cutting off the car dealers from buying vehicles from them. Because to me, that's a problem, because they work here locally. Those are jobs, those are local jobs, and it's a sales tax base, and it makes us the fourth largest economy in Fresno County after Fresno, Clovis, and Fresno County, the car sales. So to lease them, I think, is kind of self-defeating and not putting money in the general fund that we otherwise would have to pay all the great people who work for our city and work in the public safety to keep our citizens safe. Another thing is, I mean, there are other related, like tire sales, tires. I think we should be buying those locally, and I think we should be buying things locally related to the cars at the same time, and I think this works against that. Not saying it's an overall, it's a bad plan at all, but again, what I argued when we first looked at this last year was that we should have done it on a phased-in approach. It looks like the city's really ramping up this program. The January lease payment was $13,329. The February lease payment was $40,145. So, and the city attorney was kind enough to query the acting city clerk, and we got the information on this. And these contracts are rather difficult to extricate ourselves from. Is that correct, city attorney? How do they work?
Well,
Are they per vehicle, or is there a
every
big
vehicle
agreement?
comes with its own schedule of payments. There is an initial payment required up front, and every vehicle is different. Your master lease does not require you to buy vehicles or lease vehicles from Enterprise. If you want to lease a vehicle from Enterprise, they will include you with the master lease, and the precise terms of the lease for that one vehicle are going to be determined by a schedule that they provide to you. And,
60-month schedule.
They provide you with the lease payment, the initial payment, and then they send you a monthly bill to remind you that your lease payment is due. If you terminate the lease before the 60 months, there is a potential for a payment on doing that. But it's determined by a formula that you can't determine what that amount would be without looking at the precise vehicle and what the expected market value is.
Okay. Did any other council members have any questions for the city attorney, for the enterprise folks, or for the public works director?
Mayor, if I may, before, and I apologize to Mayor Pro Tem Guerra, there are some misstatements there that I think it's important to clarify before.
Who made the misstatements?
By yourself, Mayor.
Hold on, let me clarify. I made misstatements?
Yeah, and I just, if I could just go on with my comment. So we did actually phase in the use of this program with Enterprise. We didn't go out and get rid of all of our vehicles and, just take every vehicle that we're using currently through Enterprise. So that's a misconception. Secondly, the thing that we analyzed was what are the biggest needs in our departments right now? Police department had not had a fleet replacement program basically for years, probably decades, and so there were vehicles that were out on the road that were poorly maintained, that were not safe to drive anymore. And so those are the ones that we prioritize through enterprise. You know, we got Durangos, we got Interceptors. And some of those vehicles are not going to be able to be procured through any of our local dealerships. And on top of that, we have asked Enterprise multiple times to look at our local dealers first, because we absolutely want to procure our vehicles from our local dealers. It's not always possible because the cars that they have on the lots are not what we're actually needing, right? But they're not outfitted for police department use. They don't have cargo vans that Public Works needs. They don't have the trucks. And so, you know, this contract, we did use it as an exploratory program. We still have quite a few vehicles that did not get replaced through Enterprise that are still going through their full life cycle. And then at some point, if we do need to replace them, then we either have the option of going through Enterprise or purchasing them outright. At the end of the day, if we needed to spend, you know, $250,000 on 5 vehicles for PD, that means we can't buy any Public Works vehicles because we just spent $250,000 of our fleet replacement budget. In this case, you know, for spending, you know, $15,000 on 5 vehicles, that actually allows us to be able to have an active and well thought out fleet replacement and maintenance program that allows us to keep that our vehicles operational and not have our Public Works driving around in trucks that don't have air conditioning in the summer, right? And so that's important for safety reasons, for a lot of reasons. And so this program provides that flexibility, but it's just not true that we jumped in 100% headfirst into this program. We absolutely have tested it out. It's worked well. We haven't used it for every single purchase, and we do source locally whenever possible.
Okay, sure, not certain what misstatement, because everything I said holds true. The city went into this program to lease all the vehicles in the future through Enterprise, not buy other vehicles unless they were fire trucks and wouldn't be available from Enterprise. That's the contract. That's how it was presented.
So by my count, you have 14 lease vehicles.
And as the city's fleet comes up, are you going anywhere? So in the last 14, have you bought them anywhere else, city manager? Has the city bought any vehicle other than Enterprise in the last 14 vehicles? Has it gone anywhere other than Enterprise? Just answer the question, please. Yes or no?
So 14 vehicles is a very small part of our overall fleet.
Is it a yes or a no, sir?
If I could just ask my Public Works Director a follow-up question. How many vehicles do we have?
I believe total vehicles was at 52.
Hmm.
I don't have that information right in front of me,
Yeah.
but I believe it was 52 citywide.
Mhm.
That does not include fire trucks, fire apparatuses.
Correct. So yes, 14 vehicles are through Enterprise, but that does not include our entire fleet.
So of the last 14 vehicles that the city acquired, it was through Enterprise.
Correct.
Thank you.
Can I just
I
say,
just have a quick
Hold on, let's
question.
hear from council now.
Um,
Let's hear from
I
council.
know I have been here over 6 years, and I've been attending council meetings for probably additional 3 years consecutive. And I have to be very honest, I have not once ever heard any director or anybody complain about not having air conditioning in their vehicle. So it's hard for me to believe that someone's going to be driving around in Selma when we have 110-degree weather and not have air conditioning in their vehicle.
They don't complain to the council member. Yeah.
Once she's done.
I think
Yes, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with that.
we have, in the past, and I know being on council, have asked, what else do our directors need? What do you need as employees, vehicles? I mean, what have you? Not once has anybody said, my air conditioning doesn't work in my truck. Sorry, not once.
So can I-
Not any department, for that matter. So I'm not against it, okay? I'm just saying we are just trying to do what's better for our community. And that's what we're looking at. We are one of the larger cities that have a dealership. And my business, and I've always said this, I want to stay business friendly with our local businesses because without them, we don't have the revenue coming into our city. Again, am I opposed of not saving? Of course, I want to save money, but what's going to bring us more revenue? Saving 208,000 or bringing in $6 million? That's a big difference. So we just kind of have to look at that, you know?
So can I address the council now?
Go ahead.
Okay, so, we have two trucks, a 97 and a 2001. Both of them, the air conditioners don't work. And I can bring you those unit numbers and documentation if requested by council, but I can tell you that this last summer, when the 2001 vehicle came up, I had our mechanic look into what needed to be done to it and needed a new condenser. It was $3,800 just to buy the part. Okay, so that vehicle's value was basically about $800. So, and then to address, Mr. Mayor, the ramping up comment, I can explain that. So the original vehicles that we leased that were received first was the two vans and the five pickups to replace the trucks at Public Works. That is the $14,000 monthly payment that you are seeing. The jump up to the 40, whatever it was, that is because we do not start making payments on the asset until it is physically delivered to the city, once it's been outfitted. In that period of time that you're seeing the discrepancy, we finally received the 5 Dodge Interceptors that PD has been waiting for. Thus, those payments started at that point. So that is the jump that you're seeing from the 14 to the 44,000. And with that being said, one of the other benefits, real quick, if I may, is that Enterprise allows us, for example, on the police interceptors, there's a lot of equipment that goes into those vehicles. Enterprise sends those to the outfitters right from the factory when they come off the production line, and they are outfitted to the specifications requested by the police department. That does not get paid out of pocket right up front by the city, which is a huge value. It gets piggybacked onto the loan payments as part of the loan. So there is literally no, except for the initial payment, the outfitting and everything is all part of the payment structure of the vehicle. Same thing with Public Works, all of the utility beds and the pipe racks, those comes just as a chassis, and then they're sent off to Chelsea or wherever to get the beds put on. That cost is all incorporated into that payment. So it makes it a lot easier finance-wise to track each asset as far as value of the asset with that program.
So I would have thought you would have replaced those two vehicles first without the ACs, given that that's a potential Cal OSHA
Those were
violation.
replaced. Those are cycled out with the new 5 trucks that we've got.
You just said you could show us those trucks again. Are they still
They're at
there?
the yard, Mr. Mayor, I have to bring a surplus list to the council to get approved to surplus, and it's a long list of many assets, not just
We've
vehicles.
seen them, and
So-
yeah, and I get that. I would have thought it would have been on that first surplus list that we saw last time. Let me clarify.
Okay.
I did not make any misstatements. My statements stand. This city went with Enterprise 100%. So that is where the city has gone. Instead of going department by department, we just heard that the last 14 vehicles that the city acquired came from Enterprise. So we can argue the words or not, but what I said, I stand by. And my reservations about this program still stand. So tonight, in front of council, the issue that we have is, does council want to continue with this program? It's going to be, as the attorney has said, it's going to be hard to unwind the lease agreements. But what council can do is adopt a phased-in approach and move forward on a slower basis with Enterprise and restore some vehicle sales to the local dealers.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment, please?
No, I'm not done. It's up to the council tonight how we want to, you can talk when I'm done, Chief, okay? It's up to the council tonight whether and how or if we want to continue with this program and how we want to continue with this program. By the way, we haven't heard from Councilman Trujillo tonight. If you wanted to make a comment before the fire chief, or would you like to hear from the fire chief first?
I'd love to make a comment, but I'd love to reserve my comment and not get attacked. And I'm just saying this because I just want to make sure I was on the council when we did this agreement. And, you know, and I'll just take it back and review how my thoughts were. In a typical business, a business takes a truck for 5 years, does a makers depreciate the truck for 5 years and writes it off. So looking at a municipal government, how they worked and how we looked at it, we took a review of our total assets of our vehicles and trucks. And it's really easy for me 2 years ago to drive by the old police station and look, and there was 5 police cars parked there that were considered assets of ours that are still on the books as workable, where when we talked to our new chief, told us that some of them weren't even working. When we went to the yard and we seen trucks that were not working, and we look at what our cost factor is, and we had one mechanic. We didn't have 2 mechanics, we had 1 mechanic. And we knew, and we seen how much it was costing us for repairs, double work for that car to be fixed. That's, as an elected official, and as an accountant, I took that into account. And I looked at what our cost factor was versus what our purchasing power would be if we went into agreement. I didn't think we went into a full-blown agreement. I thought that we went into a phase because we didn't have the ability to do that. So I'm not here to fight anyone in regards to how they think the process was, but I truly stand behind this process because of the fact that as a municipal government, it functions just like a business. And you look at how depreciable assets are going to be functioned for 5, 10, 15 years. And if I can tell you that if you could take a truck and purchase it and the value of that truck is $60,000 on a maker's depreciated in 7 years, we're going to take $6,000 a year versus going to them and saying, hey, look, we can take this truck and use it, but at the end of that 5 years or 7 years, there's a value and we're going to kick back. Now, if we want to turn around and use that kickback and go to Farney and buy a truck, then that's something negotiable. That's something we can talk about. But for right now, if you ask me, and I look at all the assets that our community has, we were doing very poorly in the past, and I think we're doing very well right now. So I'm not here for judging how things are and how people think and how you want to change it. But if you want to talk about a depreciable assets and how they're actually working right now, I think the city staff's doing a fantastic job. Thank you.
Councilman Oseguera, Mayor Pro
Chief, the
Councilman
chief of
Avalos. Oh, Fire Chief, do you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out a couple of things regarding this topic. With regards to our tax dollars staying local, our current purchasing policy gives zero preference to local. So anything exceeding $25,000, which I'm going to guess is every vehicle that we purchase, we have to do an RFP process or invitation to bid. That doesn't guarantee that we will be purchasing that vehicle from a local dealership. It's open to all of the dealerships out there. The one benefit that we have with a partnership with Enterprise is they're a large enough company that they are a participant in the Sourcewell bidding process, which is a formal bidding process that is open to the public, just the same as our bidding process would be. And they actually have the ability to source vehicles from our dealerships if they are in fact available. That's one benefit with dealing with our currently adopted purchasing policy that is in fact a benefit to our local economy. The second point I want to make is the vehicles that we purchase from Enterprise with regards to local tax dollars specifically is the maintenance plans themselves, and you can correct me if I'm misspeaking, the maintenance actually goes to our local dealerships if they are brand specific for those vehicles. To give you an example, if we purchase a Ford, it's going to go to our local Ford dealership to be worked on for that maintenance plan. It doesn't go to Enterprise somewhere different or anything like that. So there is in fact a couple of local benefits. My recommendation or my ask is if you are going to terminate this agreement tonight, would be to consider making some adjustments to our purchasing policies to secure local tax dollars with regards to giving some sort of local preference or some sort of language within our purchasing policy to allow for that. Your opinion is ultimately the one that's going to matter here, but I do see local value with the partnership with Enterprise, especially as a director that's trying to do as absolute much with the budget that I have. I think it's a great tool that is fiscally responsible. It does bring tax money back to our city. It allows me some flexibility with regards to sourcing vehicles. We are out of COVID. However, the vehicle acquisition market is still extremely challenging. The vehicles that I purchase, not my fire apparatus, but just command vehicles, they're super popular vehicles out there and they don't sit on lots. I've worked with Enterprise specifically, and they search around all of the dealerships within the state of California to be able to source vehicles. And like the city manager stated, if it's available here locally, they're going to grab it there because it simplifies and speeds up the process. But I just wanted to make sure that you guys understood that there is in fact a nexus between this partnership and our local tax dollars, that there is a benefit.
Councilman Oscar.
Okay, so I have a question. The police interceptor, how much would you say it costs without being outfitted? I mean, you would know, right?
Yeah, I would say standard upfit that the city of Selma is implementing today, probably around $58,000.
And after you outfit it with whatever they want?
58,000 all in.
Okay. So at the end of the term, what happens to all the stuff you charge for outfitting that? What happens to all the stuff? It just, because you can't sell the car with all the stuff, right? I mean, you can sell it to the public, but you got to take the stuff off. What happens to all the stuff that was outfitted?
Equipment.
The equipment.
So the equipment, if it's outdated and can't be re-outfitted into a new replacement vehicle, which was the case for these new interceptors, that equipment will be removed from the vehicle and it will be placed on surplus item.
Just really quick, Councilman.
No,
Segarra.
go ahead.
For a patrol vehicle that's 5 years old, we could sell that to another city that can't afford to purchase a new vehicle
Yeah.
and doesn't intend to go to lease option. Working from another smaller city, we did that in the past just to get us by.
I just kind of want to know, because I mean, if you're spending that kind of money and you're just saying, well, we'll get it and we'll throw it away, whatever, it's not a good investment.
At 5 years, that equipment is still good to that vehicle. And for a smaller city or a city that does not quite have the resources to purchase a new vehicle at $85,000 with vehicle and upfitting, it's a great way. And I think there's a big market for that, sir, which, and that equipment. And because a patrol vehicle fully outfitted is so rare, there's a lot of cities that, hey, I need a car right now. And by having Enterprise, they have the ability to have that fleet at their hands and then sell that vehicle off, for prime, to get the most equity out of that vehicle as possible.
Yeah, the reason I was asking, because I'm very familiar with police interceptors. When I was in high school, I used to own a Mustang that was a police interceptor. Had a 429 4-speed.
Yeah.
I never got a ticket. I always,
There's nobody we have who could drive a stick shift now, so.
so I'm just saying.
If I could, Councilmember Oseguera, to that point, what Chief Alcaraz just said, after 5 years, that equipment's still usable. The example given here is that the 5 interceptors that we're replacing, they were so outdated, that equipment was not usable. So that equipment, when it's not usable, as Chief said, if they aren't selling the vehicle outfitted to another department somewhere in wherever, then that equipment is removed from the vehicle when it's surplus, and then the equipment will be put on the surplus list and will be sold.
So I can buy another interceptor and put the stuff in it, and I'm back in business? Yes.
Councilman Avalos, did you have a comment?
Yeah.
You could get 2 more.
Now we know who to catch on the ticket now. Now, the question I'm going to ask is, Chief, let me ask you a question. On your own personal car, do you own it or you lease it?
I make payments on them. And
Okay.
I switch them out every 3 years.
All right, you're honest. You're next, buddy. Lease or your own personal vehicle?
Only buy because my vehicles are owned outright. I pay
Okay.
cash for them when I buy them,
Right?
but they're
Okay.
not new.
Oh, no, but at least you're paying for your vehicle. You're not leasing it. That's the question I'm asking you guys. Okay. I just took a consensus, by the way. You know, I mean, I get the lease program. I understand what you guys said. And then, you know, right now, what's going on in this, I want to say, in this administration, there's a lot of changes taking place, okay? And we have to kind of look at all the avenues that we'll have to be facing. And it's coming down the pipe. I'm not going to color code it. So I'm trying to figure out what is the best cost-effective way to go. And I understand what you guys said. At the same time, I want time to look at this a little bit, I'll be honest with you. I want to say, I'm not going to say, hey, I'm going to renew your lease. But at the same time, I'm going to say, I'm not going to do that. But I want to hold off and evaluate just a little more on the lease program. As far as renewing the lease, I just want to take a little longer look at this situation and what is going down the pipe as far as the government as well. See, so that's my view right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've heard from all the council members. Did any members of the public have anything they'd like to say about lease versus using local auto dealerships?
I think to some degree, it's kind of discouraging to hear a lot of this revenue is going to Fresno Enterprise. They're the ones at the end of the year, that revenue goes back into the city of Fresno, number one. Number two, it's discouraging to hear Farney and Dwight Nelson, Selma Auto Mall, to hear that the vehicles aren't coming from them, the purchases. We also have our businesses. For example, Camacho Tire. They're building a big, brand new Camacho Tire over here, and he's losing out on the tires for business, for our vehicles here. So do we only have one mechanic for the city of Selma? Or do we have any mechanics for the city of Selma anymore? Can anybody answer that? Do we have a mechanic?
We have
do?
two.
We do have two?
People working on our fleet. Mhm.
And eventually, if all these become leases, we won't need any mechanics. That also, to some degree, it may hurt our positions here for the city of Selma. And number two, it's easy for some of these people to say, it's a great idea, but I'll guarantee you they don't live here in Selma. So at the end of the day, we need to go back and look at the revenue that's going to help the city of Selma, the businesses here in Selma, and hopefully you guys really look at this lease option and dig deep. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with a comment at this time?
My question is, have we looked into with the local dealerships if they can inquire those vehicles that we're looking for? Has that been looked into to see? No.
As the chief said, and I had mentioned earlier, every time we procure a vehicle through Enterprise, we request that the local dealerships are looked at first to be able to make sure that they can deliver.
Because I agree. I would like to keep things local. We need the revenue here locally. Nothing against Enterprise. We rent from you all the time when we travel out of town or to save on our vehicles. But I'd rather see the money come here and stay here. Like Ms. Robertson said, Camacho tires, we use them all the time. They're a small business. We have Pacific Tire. We have Les Schwab. I would like to see all that kept here locally because we definitely need it, especially with the numbers that we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. I'm just curious to know, I don't think it was mentioned, but regarding the contract with this company, what was it? How much is it to break the contract? Was that mentioned? Because I didn't hear anything on that. You said it was going to be, in order to break a contract with this company, there was going to be a cost. Is that right? Did I hear right?
You're talking about in order to bring the car back early, send it back to Enterprise early?
No, no, no. In order to get out of the contract with this agency, with this car dealership. You can't, okay. Okay, I had that question. And then the second one is this the only company that we went with? Was there any other bids that we took into consideration? Did we do any other bids? That was my second question. Thank you.
So I remember I was on council when we decided, and there were no other bids. It was just Enterprise. City Attorney, you've gone through the contract, and we have the representative here. Are there two contracts at work here? There's one master agreement that you mentioned earlier and specific lease agreements on each vehicle?
Master agreement, and there's this, and the only one that really matters is the specific lease of the specific vehicle. I just had a question of Enterprise, if I may. Don't you folks have contracts directly with manufacturers where you acquire vehicles in bulk, for example? Dodge or Chevy?
So just to address the acquisition of vehicles, right, is we do acquire directly from manufacturers, but in the cases where we would build a spec directly for the city, it will drop ship deliver. We're not a dealership, so it will drop ship at a local dealership. Right, so that vehicle, assuming you guys have that manufacturer, will drop ship here through your dealership network.
So if I have a Chevy dealership in town and you want a Chevy for the police department, you're gonna order that Chevy from that manufacturer, and that manufacturer is gonna deliver that vehicle to that dealer, to the dealership here?
Correct.
And so does the dealer get to mark up? The dealer doesn't get any,
The dealer gets behind the scenes money from the manufacturer.
But they don't get sales tax. They don't get any of that
Sales
stuff
tax revenue.
from a purchase. And just a comment, I have had comments from one of the car dealers in town that the city gets no vehicles from them anymore. So then that's just a comment, and that's been since this contract was signed by the city.
so to answer your question, the only thing that matters is the specific lease specific to each vehicle. The master lease is just there to be your guideline.
And there's some significant penalties to early surrender, like in any lease contract.
I couldn't tell you what the dollar amount would be because it's dependent upon the market value of the vehicle as opposed to the equity that you have in the vehicle. And it's unclear to me how those determinations are made, but I can see from the contract that the market value of the vehicle is a matter that is determined by Enterprise.
Oh, they determine the market value.
So it's gonna be a situation where you bring back your Chevy or whatever, you're turning it in after 3 years instead of 5. They're gonna look at it and they're gonna go, well, this is worth X dollars on the market. You've only paid in this much, therefore you owe the difference,
Keep the vehicle.
right?
Who determines it, the market value?
We are only giving you the analytics behind a decision. So if you buy a vehicle today and we go 3 years and we say it's a good idea to sell that vehicle financially, analytically, and you don't want to, you don't have to, it's your vehicle. So the only real penalty of getting out of a vehicle is if you sell it for something that it's not worth. In the open market, we're not the ones buying it, we're selling it on your behalf. So if the vehicle's only worth 20 and you owe 30, you'll know that there's probably a deficit because we sell millions of vehicles a year. You'll know that there's probably a deficit if you turn that vehicle in, but that is your choice to do.
Got it. So then this is, again, doesn't have a whole lot to do with Enterprise. It has to do with supporting our local auto dealers. And
I'm just
it's
talking
not about
about,
canceling any contracts.
what
It's
you
about
wanna
just not
spread the
doing
wealth,
this
so to
anymore.
speak. And, what you don't want to do is you don't want to take back any of the leased vehicles. You want to let those leases run their course because there's a potential for a cost associated with that. So the lease of those 14 vehicles should stay in place. They should be surrendered when Enterprise tells you to. But the contract, the master lease, does not require you to lease vehicles from Enterprise.
But we could stop at any time. Got it. Okay, we got a gentleman from the public who'd like to make a comment. Could let him, and then we can bring it back to council.
Quick question. The last fleet that was purchased, was that in Selma or was that somewhere else? The very last vehicle that was purchased?
I thought the last 16 were through Enterprise.
Where?
14.
14.
Outside of,
Can we let the gentleman speak because he's got his time?
Oh, but I just wanted to answer, like, where did they purchase it from? Was it here at Auto Mall, or was it in Fresno?
You mean the last purchase, the
Mhm.
last non-Enterprise vehicle acquisition?
From them, coming from them. From
Coming
their
from
company, Enterprise.
Enterprise.
Yeah. Oh,
Does
they-
it,
oh, they
is
don't
that
buy-
relevant? Did it come from? Did that, the last vehicle?
It was, okay, and why was that? Uh-huh.
We tried to source it,
Okay,
it was very specific.
okay. Okay, I don't know how specific it was, I mean, cause I'm just trying to look at from the outside in. I mean, we're still a small town, so I don't know what kind of vehicle we're looking for. I mean, most of them are Fords, Chevys, GMCs. But I do like the idea. I would just wish they would maybe have it in the contract where they can work or purchase 99% of the vehicles with Automall or Farney, wherever here locally, or maybe have another bid, maybe have another company come in, and then maybe we can table it, and hopefully work with them. But that's just my thoughts, in my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, we haven't heard from the other dealers either. Question?
Yes,
Councilman.
As far as the situation here, stopping the leakage, the keyword, stopping the leakage of sales in the city of Selma. We're losing leakage, we're losing some equity, sales tax.
Sales tax
By,
leakage. Heard that before.
instead of buying locally, we want to stop the leakage. So the other question am I going to ask is, earlier, when they purchase the vehicle directly from the manufacturer, am I correct? You purchase directly from the manufacturing company, directly from the industry, right?
It depends on the situation. If we're being proactive and we're planning, yes, factory ordering is our preferred method because our priority is the city of Selma, and that is the most budget-friendly way to procure vehicles.
Okay, the question I'm going to ask you, at what percentage you buy directly from the factory?
It's
Is it
different.
90% or is it
Region, I would say 75%.
75%? You actually buy from the manufacturer directly
Directly to
from
the
the companies itself. That comes with a warranty, am I correct? All cars come with a warranty behind it, whatever the warranty, 100,000, whatever it is, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's a basic, and the other question, if it's got recalls, do you contact the cities that have recalls and take the cars back in and have them readjusted? If there's a recall situation?
Yes, sir. We do all recall management on your leases. We notify your city, Michael Hahn, and he brings the vehicles to your local dealerships. They take care of the recalls for you to make sure the vehicles are safe and efficient.
Got it. So tonight, are we looking at perhaps pausing this lease program while we hear from the other dealerships?
Discussion only tonight.
Well,
Is it discussion? Did I request a discussion item or did I request
It's a
an action
discussion.
item?
discussion
Well,
item.
City Attorney?
I think I pointed out to you when you were complaining about the fact that they were discussion items, that under the heading
After I requested
of,
action item,
new
yes.
business, it says report discussion and/or council action will be taken. So when you see these discussion items, you've got that heading up above. that necessarily contemplates you're going to take an action.
Okay, so maybe in the future on the agenda, it could say discussion / action items, just to make it a little clearer.
Well,
Or action, since that's the description.
I would say that
Well, it says
unless it's
and/or.
purely going to be a discussion, it shouldn't be a discussion item.
So this is a potential action item tonight.
Potential action item, as all of these are, simply because it appears under the heading that alerts the reader to the fact that the council may take action.
Got it. Okay. Well, then we need to change the agendas in the future just to reflect that,
And
to
so
make
long
it
as
clear.
you're within that subject matter, you're fine.
Can take action. Okay, so tonight, are we recommending that we pause this lease program until we hear from the auto dealers
Well,
in
like I said
Selma?
earlier, Scott, when I made that statement on my behalf, I wanted to take a little longer look at the situation.
Mhm.
I'm nothing against, enterprise or anything like that. I just want to take a step back and analyze a little more and digest it a little more. And by pausing this situation, I'm good with it. I mean, it's up to you guys.
So until we bring it back, no more leases, right?
Well, I would
We're
say
going to
hold-
stop
I
the
would-
leasing
I would
until we
hold
bring
off.
this
If I
item
may.
back. Hold on,
Unless
we're
we have some
discussing
leases
city manager.
already
So
in play.
Sure.
Unless
until
you
we
have
come
leases
back.
Yeah, I
no
mean,
more
there, we don't know at what point, we might need to replace a vehicle if it goes out and it's not cost effective to repair it. That could very well happen between now and the time this comes back, but I
Got
do want to
it.
make.
So in the future, hold on,
I'm
city
not done,
manager,
Mayor.
if in the future you need to come back and lease you didn't let me finish. In the future, if you need to lease a vehicle, you can come back and ask the council to lease it. I just didn't finish my thought. Forgive me, I didn't mean to interrupt. But that was my thought, that we pause the leasing if the city manager or the department heads feel the need to lease a vehicle in the future. They can come back and they can ask the council. Is that a motion to make?
Are there any leases that have been initiated as to which we have not taken delivery on?
Are there?
Yes, there is one that I'm aware of. But yeah,
So
there is one.
I would just, if you're going for a pause of this program so that you can examine whether it's better to start buying locally or continue with enterprise, I would simply say that your motion would be one to suspend any further initiation and or taking of delivery of leased vehicles under this contract from enterprise until such time as the council has had an opportunity to.
I will,
If there are
if I may,
exigent
to the point I
circumstances.
was going to make earlier. Yeah, if I was
Hold
going
on, hold
to,
on.
the point I was going to make earlier, Mayor, before I was interrupted was, the fact that we want to purchase vehicles locally, we all do, and we make the effort. The problem is that we're not always able to obtain them from the local dealers. And that's the only reason why we wouldn't. I think Ms. Troyani earlier said we bought our last vehicle from Bakersfield because we checked with our local dealers. Nobody could provide that specific vehicle. So that issue is going to continue to recur whether or not there's any provision in any purchasing policy about going local. So there's no leakage because we always check first with our local dealers. And so there's always going to be vehicles that they cannot provide to us that we need. So even if we were to pause the contract and come to council to purchase this vehicle, there's no guarantee that Selma Auto Mall or the Farneys would even be able to provide that vehicle. And so we need to be able to obtain it from somewhere to keep our operations going.
Okay, are you done? I've
Yes,
been
I am
wrongfully
done. Thank you,
accused
Mayor.
of misstating and interrupting tonight wrongly. So let me continue. And what I was trying to continue and finish my train of thought on before I was interrupted was what I would make a motion to do is, and would look at doing tonight, is suspending any further leasing or taking delivery of leased vehicles from enterprise
That have not already been initiated.
that have not already been initiated or in process until we are able to look into this a little more, because this contract, again, I was here when this was just rushed through by this previous council, the three previous council members that rushed so many questionable financial decisions through, including potentially this one, maybe not this one, but I wouldn't know because we haven't looked at it. So I think we need to take our time with a decision as big as this to lease vehicles, to lease the entire fleet of vehicles. We need to look at it in more detail and hear from, quite frankly, the two biggest sales tax generators in our town. At least give them that courtesy before we go back and potentially go back with this program. It may be great, but I don't think we've looked into it enough. So I would say, I would make a motion to suspend, as the city attorney said, any further leases and anything that's not initiated, any delivered leased vehicles in any deal that hasn't been initiated. And and what I was interrupted on, what I want to continue is if the city manager or city staff needs to lease a vehicle, then just come to the council. Or we'll call an emergency meeting the next day if you need it.
Okay.
But you're going to run it through by us if you want to lease any future vehicles.
Before-
That's
before we have a
that's
second,
my
can I
motion.
make a comment
Okay,
before-
so-
No, because you can only make comment on their second. I made that motion. Is there a second? And then we can have discussion.
Scott, on that motion, if okay, on this.
You want to
motion,
make
in
an
case-
amend, you can make an
no, no,
amended motion.
No, if I'm okay, holding, but in case of emergency action, we need to lease another vehicle. They can address this issue to us immediately, and we can contact Enterprise, in case of, let's say one of the cars blows up, whatever takes place,
Or gets wrecked or something.
it gets
Only
crashed.
takes 24 hours notice for a special
Yeah.
meeting.
Yeah.
We can have a special meeting,
Okay.
24 hours to
Okay,
consider a
so-
lease.
Your
So we could-
emergency relative to obtaining a
So
new
I-
car is not going to be that urgent.
Are we going to get a vehicle in 24 hours? It's probably not going to happen. So we
No,
could
but
have a
I mean-
special meeting and approve those exigent circumstances if we needed to. The point is to stop the leasing until we hear from the other dealers
No,
and we look into this more.
Scott, I'm, like I told you earlier before, I like to look at it a little longer, okay? I'm not fully in my mind, I'm not fully convinced, because I want to take more research on this, bottom line. I want to see in the past, because I was in the part of the past of the buying the vehicles, and I see what is about to come in our government, higher up, and I don't want to catch us in a dilemma situation. I want to make sure that we capture every dollar that we have in our community here. Those people live in our community, invest in our community, and they deserve it we should support our local government, business people here. We got to. That's because they invest their lives in here. They bought their homes. They buy groceries here. They live in this community. So I'm a believer, but at the same time, I want to take a long look at this situation and digest it a little more.
Is that a
And
second?
I'm okay.
Okay, is that a second? Okay. Any discussion on the floor?
Thank you.
Go ahead, Cynthia.
I just want to say that one of the most important question that needs to be asked from the dealers is, can you provide the type of vehicles that are required that the city uses? Because it doesn't make no sense to say, okay, we're going to buy them from the Selma Mall. If you go and say, we need a vehicle, and you say, well, it's going to take, forever. Because I know, because when I bought my Telluride, it took a year before we could even get one because they weren't even available. So caution to the wind that, if that happens, then, what are we going to do? Have a diminishing fleet of cars. That's my only thing. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I just have a question for you folks. What other local cities do you guys have or have contracts with?
A lot. So we work with County of Fresno, County of Kern,
Harlan.
Coachella.
Do you guys have like Sanger, Kingsburg, Visalia?
Where?
So do you do the whole cities or do you just do departments
Department?
with these
Very
cities?
similar to how you guys are. we have to earn every deal, right? So each vehicle is its own contract. So most cities are in a roll-in method. If they came on board last year, they're 1/10 of the way there. If they're 10 years into the program, they're probably through 2 full cycles of being a partner, right? So we just have various levels. Certainly Fresno County does not have all 500, 600, 700, 800 units with us. They have a few hundred, right? So it is department by department. Again, how you use our program is up to you guys, right? It doesn't make analytical financial sense. Absolutely. We're trying to bring the numbers to you. That's all.
I would, if I may, just add one more clarifying point. Since the onset of the partnership, I know a big topic of discussion today was not phasing in the program. Outside of an animal control vehicle that was in a total loss incident and the vehicle that we were working on, I don't think that we've made any other purchases through the lease program that were outside of the scope of our initial discussion. So all of these vehicles that are on the program were the initial vehicles that were ordered at the onset of the program. So we still are following the initial plan and we haven't gone off course. So we
Got it.
haven't made a second round of recommendations yet.
Okay. So we got a first and a second. Call the roll, please.
I just want to clarify the motion. I have a motion to suspend and cease initiation of new lease vehicles through enterprise until a further date. Correct?
And delivery. Unless,
Unless, right, that's why it's.
if it's already in process and they're going to deliver the vehicle anyway,
No.
deliver the vehicle, not stopping that
Correct.
till we take a look at it.
Initiation of a new lease. That's why I have a new lease.
Unless there's an emergency, in which case, the council, we
The
can
next-
meet, call a special meeting and meet to consider the lease, even though there are other dealers out there. We have a special meeting.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos.
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Yes.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you
we'll
for
go
coming
ahead.
out tonight. Okay, next item is discussion, a discussion item, status of stoves at Senior Center and Salazar Center.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, council members. What you have before you is, as requested, was to bring a discussion as to the current condition and status of the cooking ranges at the senior center and at Salazar Center. In 2023, as everyone knows, there was damage done from a tree that fell in February on the senior center, at which time that building was condemned or red tagged, not habitable. And in April of 23, the same thing happened with the Salazar Center because of major remodel repairs that needed to be done to that facility to house the Boys and Girls Club and other programs. When those buildings were red tagged, gas service to those were shut off at the meter for safety protocol. And those buildings basically took about 1.5 years to get back online. With the appliances at the age that they are and sitting for that period of time, when we went back in and started up programs in those facilities, there were issues with Senior Center had a gas leak in their stove that was very identifiable by smell when they first turned the gas on. Gas was shut off again at that time, and we began the process of troubleshooting what the issue was with that asset. And that one, it was an igniter and some internal parts for the gas injection system that were basically, they were just wore out. Senior Center, or Salazar Center rather, that one was literally the age of the equipment. The fact that it sat, we couldn't even get it to fire back up. In this process of identifying what needed to happen or take place to either replace or repair those assets, with the help of Liz Martinez from the Parks and Recs program, she facilitated having a vendor, a local vendor from Fresno, come out to identify what the issues were. Were they repairable, or did we need to replace those oven ranges? Through that process, the information brought back to the city staff was that the age of those appliances, it was very difficult to even find parts for them at this point, that they were pretty much outdated and newer, better technology was being used for that type of application. And so the parts just can't be bought for those. So the recommendation from that vendor was that they would probably need to be replaced. So attached to the staff report is basically a quote that gives you a few different options. It gives you schematics showing what the oven ranges provide as far as what their services can, what they can service. And there's a fluctuating cost of between 4,200 and 7,400 per range, depending on what range you choose to go with. So again, this is a discussion item, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Does council have any questions for Director Han?
I just, I just want to say that, you know, because in the past I owned, and I bought 3 or 4 of these, and you might not like the recommendation, but my recommendation that we do purchase Imperial, because my past experience has been that the lesser of these ovens, the internal mechanisms, I don't know, I always think that they probably have something where in 2 years they just go out and then somebody needs to come fix it. And I purchased owning the restaurant for almost, 10 years. I found that the most expensive, well, not the most expensive, but the most durable would be the Imperial. And that's all the equipment that I bought. So that's just my recommendation. And it's, you know, we can buy cheap, but it's going to end up costing us on the service. So I would really, you know, just advise you guys at the same time. But I also think that we should just buy both of them, buy 2 of them for for both facilities.
So if I could real quick, just an example, the senior center, I'm not sure the exact year that that building was constructed, but the current range that's in there is a Viking. And you talk about expensive, they are very cream of the crop, top of the line. That unit to replace it in like or kind, you'd be pushing 20 grand. So what we looked at was what was economical and cost effective for the city to get the job done and provide the services for the buildings that are requested.
Wasn't that from the Selma Healthcare District? That was for the Salazar Center? Wasn't that a
I
grant?
don't have that information, Mr. Mayor.
It was a while back. Yeah, I think it was. Man.
I just have a quick
Go.
question.
Sure.
Well, that'll make my decision a little easier, but I want to know, how do they use these ovens every day? Are they going to utilize them for preparing meals? How are they going to be utilizing these ovens? If they need them like on a daily basis because they're going to, you know, prepare meals for the seniors or for the Boys and Girls Club, then we need to make sure that we get them a really good oven. That's just my opinion,
Understood, yes.
because they're gonna use it daily, and they need something that's gonna be worth it, not something that we're gonna purchase, like Councilmember Trujillo says, if we purchase something, it may go out in 2 years, it's not worth it. So,
So I can tell you the information given to me mainly by Ruby, who runs our Boys and Girls program at Salazar and also runs the senior breakfast meals over at Senior Center. I can tell you for sure, Salazar Center, Ruby is wanting to use that probably on at least 4 days a week basis. She wants to provide opportunity to feed the kids that are coming into the program. And she's even, I believe, mentioned teaching them to cook. Which is a great idea. Senior Center, I can't answer if that would be an everyday use. I believe that they have a catering program now that brings the breakfast to the seniors every morning, but I know that that building is utilized for many city functions. And I think that the idea was to make sure that that was a fully functional kitchen facility for those functions and anything else that might come up.
Any other comments before we open it up to the public?
No, you know, I went and looked at all these items myself, believe it or not. The numbers are right on line. I'll be honest with you. The quotes, they're on. In fact, you're on target, man. So, and I looked at, you know, I got educated by going out and get myself educated on these ovens. And, you know, they're like Johnny says, there's good ones and there's, you know, quality ones and medium ones. But you have to kind of judge, you know, what, you know, how they're going to be used and how they're going to be, if it's 24/7, you know, like, like a restaurant, then you need a durable one. But I, some of this stuff won't be 24/7. I know that. Okay. But at the same time, they're well needed in these two areas. You know, I believe in that very strongly for the seniors and for the Salazar Center. And I thank you for bringing this up, Han. Thank you. You're right on these numbers, believe it or not.
Well, I'd like to give the majority of the credit for facilitating the quotes to Mrs. Martinez, who did get in touch with the vendor, but it was a group effort. And the highlighted 4,200 range that I put on there, I simply highlighted because that was the cheapest of the options. I agree 100% you get what you pay for. And so sometimes you don't want to go with the cheapest option. I just provided you with as many options as I could.
Do anybody from the public have any comments?
I just
Oh,
want to,
Councilman Oscar.
I agree with Councilman Trujillo for once, I mean, no, I'm just kidding. But from all of us here, I think he's the expert because he's owned restaurants before and he knows what it takes, what kind of quality, you know, you need to look at. And I also agree that if we're gonna buy something that's just to get us by and then 2 years down the road, if I'm still a council member, we're gonna be voting again on getting a different one, then we're defeating the purpose. Let's get our money's worth. I know it's gonna cost a little more, but at least we ensure that, you know, it's not gonna break down and make us go down this road in a couple of years. Thank you.
Anybody from the public with a comment? Anybody online or on the phone with a comment?
Ten 57 Mill Street. I was actually on the Healthcare District Board when we
Oh,
did
yeah,
voting.
because we've been talking this whole time.
I'm sorry, we have a speaker. You can speak after our speaker. Thank you for holding. Thank you. Go ahead.
So I was saying, I was on the Healthcare District Board and we did vote, I believe, if I'm correct, but don't quote me on this, but it was pricey to renovate the entire kitchen for the Salazar Center, and that was a huge stove, and that's been some time now. I can't really give you the exact years, but it's been many, many years, so if it does need it, they should receive that to feed the kids. We're there once in a while. And it's very nice that these kids get a lot of attention. And the fact they'll learn how to cook for themselves is really outstanding, especially coming from somebody like Ruby. She's an amazing teacher to have there for those after-school kids in those programs. She's been a blessing to our community. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody on the phone?
Hello. Yes, I am on the phone, but not to speak about the Salazar Center. So whenever you're ready to hear about my comments about last city council meeting, let me know.
Okay, that'll be oral communications coming up in just a few items. Thank you. Thank you for holding. Okay, bringing the matter back to council. I don't think I commented. I agree. We need to get these ovens fixed and actually not fixed, but purchased since the older ones are no longer usable. Is there any salvage value to those ovens that are inside?
I don't know for sure, Mr. Mayor. I can check into that with our vendor that came out and facilitated the quotes.
Great, thank you.
Scott, can we make it these two items, action items?
City Attorney, is it the same thing? There could be action on this or
It is.
discussion?
I mean, this is the way the agenda is set up. You've got a series of things under a heading of new business, and directly under that heading, it says council action will be taken.
Okay, there it is.
Is there a motion to
Yes.
replace it with the
make a-
oven that has the best
I make a
best
motion.
value?
Since I brought it up, I make a motion.
Thank you. Is there
The one, Well, the one he's, Johnny.
The one that,
With the,
If I may suggest something, if you want to just approve the max amount, and then we can select, from the variety of options,
so
the
the
maximum
range is
budget amount.
between 4,200 and 7,400. So is
Yeah.
there a motion to approve 74 each, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a motion to
We'll
approve
do 15.
14, 15,000?
15,000.
Does that include sales tax?
Sales tax and everything?
It doesn't say here. I don't think so. I think it's just the price.
I
15,000 plus
am
sales tax.
Make a motion to
uncertain on
approve sales
that.
tax.
Let me look real quick here.
Because if you look at the sales-
I do not see tax included
It'd be
in
about what,
this.
about 16, right? Pretty close. I was looking, he's kind
Well,
of. these numbers.
your motion could just be 15,000 plus any applicable sales tax.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, we could do
Is that your
that.
motion?
Yeah, I'll make a
Councilman?
motion to do.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Osagara,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item passes. Next item, 4.6, discussion item, status of Selma Police Department Explorer Program.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, the Selma Police Department Explorer Program. This is a program that would love to get kicked off. It was one of my goals upon coming to Selma. However, like any program, I always am reserved to start a program just to say that I started a program, not having the proper personnel in place to facilitate and implement that program, and then the resources to run it effectively. So what I'll say is, since coming over, we've been able to look at other positions and put mechanisms in place that once we invested time and money, effort and energy into some of these explorers, our experience is they would graduate from high school and they would just kind of go into the real world, right? Start working, going to school, and we would lose them. Now with some of the positions that the city manager and from the support of the council have allowed us to create, we have mechanisms to bring our explorers on board, and then once they graduate high school, pick from those explorers who we feel exert the ethics, morals, and values that we're looking for within the police department, and then bringing them on part-time as they continue through their education, because now with SB2 legislation, every officer must complete 30 units of law enforcement-related classes prior to going to the academy. So, anyone that's looking to get into the field now will have to go to college prior to coming onto the police force. That said, we have mechanisms in place to take a youth from 14 to 15, and 14 to 18 anyways, all the way up to becoming a police officer, should they choose, and we choose to mentor and develop them into our future workforce. It doesn't mean that every explorer and every person we're going to hire goes through the Explorer program, but at least it's another facet to help us with recruitment and retention at the Selma Police Department. So I can tell you that one of the biggest obstacles that we had in starting up this program again was having the personnel that had the passion and the commitment and the ability to work with these young adults, right? Because it takes a special person to be able to put the time into these young adults, have some, what would you say, patience in dealing with these young adults as you're trying to teach them some of the morals, ethics, and values that they'll need to get into this profession. And ideally, that's what we're looking for, is building our future leaders. And there's a lot that goes into that at a very young age. So that really is kind of where we're at. I think we have someone that can now run our program. However, something just came up in his personal life, so then that kind of maybe takes him off the table. We got to sit and wait how things go on in his personal life. And then having a supporting cast of people, because just one person can't run a program like that. We want it to be ideal. We want it to be something that is engaged, something that our our youth will engage with and they're motivated to be a part of, right? So that's kind of where we're at with the program right now. We're really kind of at the point where we may start recruiting, but again, having the right person in place to do that is our biggest right now challenge, if you will. And with that, that's kind of where we're at with the program, sir.
Thank you. Any comment from council? Thank you, Chief. On the status of the Explorer program.
So currently you have some kind of program in place. It's not completely away, it's just not called Explore Program, correct? Is that what I heard?
Not really Explorer program, Councilmember Yura, Mayor Pro Tem. What we have is we've just created a part-time CSO position, which really would encompass someone from 18 years old to about 21 years old. Then we also have a police recruit position, and the city manager has allowed me to flex some of those part-time positions to be able to meet the needs of the department and the needs of our, well, just basically the needs of the department, needs of the community, right? Because again, traditionally, you could just graduate high school, turn 21, go to the police academy and get hired. As of 2025, you'll now have to have 30 units of college credits to be able to go to the academy. So that's that creates, it's going to create more obstacles in the recruitment of our people, right? So our biggest challenge that I saw when I worked here prior, or for many small municipalities, was we started, I know Sergeant Reed was running our Explorer program. He was doing a phenomenal job with that, right? But then these kids graduate high school. They got to start working because they got to pay for school, or they got to pay for their fuel, or whatever, the necessities of life. So they start working. It's hard for them to work, go to school, and then come to us and then volunteer time, right? They just, that's just the natural demands of life. So by having a part-time CSO position, let's say we have 10 explorers and we feel that when they graduate, there's one explorer that, hey, we think this person has the leadership qualities that we can invest in them, right? And then bring them on as a part-time CSO. One, maybe two, it just depends. So that's kind of what I mean. Like, we have those mechanisms in place now. Now we got to start the Explorer program, and that's just, again, just finding the right person. We were short-staffed for a very long time. Our staffing levels are getting much better. But I got 2 guys in FTO. I'm hiring 2 guys, I hope, in the next 2 weeks. And we lose people because other agencies are hiring. So that just creates its own challenges. So, and let's say I hired 10 guys, not all 10 of them might have the capacity to be able to deal with, young adults, right? It takes a special person that has a passion for that, right? So that, I don't want to just do something to do it, right?
Yeah.
It's never effective, and we're throwing money at something that you're just throwing money away, and it takes a lot to develop a young adult, especially if they might not have the support at home. And typically that's who we're trying to target. Someone that maybe doesn't have the support at home, that we can give them that support and we can mold them and give them an opportunity in life that they might not otherwise have. So that's really kind of, that's what I envision of an Explorer program. And then, if we have, we can take them from Explorer to part-time CSO to police recruit, put them through the academy, and then we bring them on full-time. That's I think it's a powerful thing for someone to give them the ability to change their lives that they might not otherwise have. Because getting in this business, I think I'm a pretty smart guy. Going and putting myself through the academy, because when I was a young kid, 28 years ago, you put yourself through the academy. There weren't many guys didn't get sponsored. They put themselves through. We worked graveyards and went to the academy during the day. And then you get on to the job and you're like, oh my gosh, this is enormous. The responsibility, the burden, the obligation, it's enormous for someone to take on. So by us being able to take them at 14 to 21, 22, 23, and them get to see the magnitude of what they're getting into, the profession, it allows them an opportunity to see what they're getting into, have a taste of it firsthand that they might not normally get. I can tell you that we're seeing this all it's becoming very common. We're bringing in guys 23, 26 years old. They've gotten degrees, put themselves through the academy, come to work, and after 3 weeks, they just say, "This isn't for me." Because now you're not watching it on television. You're in it now. There's no one else to call. There's no one else to ask for help. You're in the middle of it, and that is a very powerful um, experience for people. We've had guys from the military get out, come out on patrol, and say, "This just isn't for me," right? And that's just the reality that we're dealing with. So this Explore program is not just an Explore program. It's really kind of introducing our kids to the realities of life, and more importantly, the realities of this profession, which are extremely demanding, and they become more demanding every day.
I just think that just by looking at that and hearing everything you've said, I mean, you hear it from other cities, you know, how their Explorer program is supposed to be their feeder program, and you hear these great stories, and I'll tell you, just our new, you know, the new police chief of Fresno, Mindy Castro, she started as an Explorer out of I mean, she was in high school, you know. Her testimony stands strong. I mean, it's a true testament. That's what we're just saying. The Explore program, the way we looked at it, is supposed to be your feeder program. Do you have to have the right person? You're right. It takes that special person to really teach these kids and turn them around, you know, and say, this kid's gonna work for you, you know? I mean, just talking to the criminology teacher there at the high school, he can tell you, I can point out 3 kids right here, they're gonna be in law enforcement. They're strong kids, they're gonna make it. I mean, it takes those kind of people that can tell you, you know? And I think giving those kind of kids that opportunity to go into an Explore program is probably that type of kid that you want. Maybe do we need to help you out and say, maybe do you need a stipend, you know, to offer these kids that, you know, this kid's gonna do really well, maybe to help out? I don't know, you know, but I just think that giving some of these kids that opportunity is, we don't want to lose that, you know, especially to help recruit for our own, you know, our own community.
Mayor Protem, I absolutely agree. I don't, again, I'm not gonna come and put the cart before the horse. First we got to start recruiting, right? We have to get our Explorer post back up in good standing, which shouldn't take very long. Get the right person to recruit. Let's see who we have, and then get them on board. There's a lot of things we can do that won't cost money up front, but in the near future, like sending them to competitions or getting them pizza, you know, on when they're having meetings, the flexibility to do those things. But I don't want to say, hey, I need this much, and I'd like to just kind of see the response we get, and especially for the culture that we're bringing into, because our culture is much different than it was 10 years ago. It's extremely different.
Right.
And we need people that are going to hustle, they're going to work, and they have to be able to accept criticism. And I see that a lot now with a lot of our youth. They don't accept criticism very well. And the minute you give them any critique, they turn and run. And so they'll have to work past that if they want to get into this profession, because everybody critiques us. Everything that we do, from the way we talk to the way we drive to the way we hold a book to the way everything, we get critiqued on everything that we do. So building them for that is what that requires, again, a lot of commitment, not just from one person, but an entire organization. And we just talked about in our staff meeting about, hey, if we start this program, I need buy-in from everybody, And because it'll take a community to raise them. So I appreciate that. And if I can come back to you in several months, we'd like to just start kind of seeking interest at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody have any comments? The public, anybody on the phone or online with a comment on this agenda item?
Yolanda Torres. I worked at the police department and volunteered back when the Explorer program was in place with Terry. And it was a great program. And everything that police chief said is so true. Times have changed. Kids don't take praise very well. It depends on their home environment. There's just a lot that goes into it. And it does take a special person to deal with kids with anger issues, emotional issues, mentally, physically. It's a lot, especially with the lot that we've seen in our teens now. But I totally support the program. Anything that we can do as a community to help in any way, we're here for you. And I would just hope that you guys can totally support the police chief in his efforts to go forward with the program. Thank you.
Anybody on the phone or online?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Okay, with that, we'll bring it back to council. If there are no further comments, we will move on to our future agenda items. Thank you for that good discussion. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, future agenda items. Council, these are council requests for future agenda items not subject to public comment. Items require a consensus. Councilmember Avalos, do you have any future agenda items tonight?
You know, I was gonna ask about, Schaefer Park, about the lights.
That be part of your
Update.
report tonight?
Department update, sir.
Thank you. He's gonna update us during his
Oh,
report.
is he gonna update us? Okay. All right, then. All right, I'll hold my comment then.
Anybody else?
You don't have any,
Is
future
that it?
agenda?
Councilmember Oseguera? We'll circle back. We'll end with you. Councilmember Oseguera?
Just a question for, city manager. When are we bringing back the second reading, for the Tejano and,
That should be on March 18 for the changing of the
yes, okay.
council date.
Yep.
It's changed by virtue of your resolution pending the adoption of the ordinance. So you don't have to worry about it changing back to Monday. But with all of the newspapers basically going online and disappearing in physical form, it's very difficult to get them to publish any kind of notice, and that's what the law requires us to do. It's particularly difficult when we have to publish that notice 10 days in advance of your hearing. So we have sent that out for publication. It should be heard and approved at your meeting on the 18th of March.
And that's for the inclusion of the two, for the legacy events?
Yes, it updates the ordinance.
Yeah, that one is included as well.
All right, I can't think of anything.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, I do. I'd like to bring back I know we talked about bringing back the football team just to be recognized because they did get, they made it up to state. And then I also would like to bring the boys and girls soccer team because they actually got championship. So
Nice.
I'd like to recognize both, the Selma teams. And then I also want to bring back the, color scheme for our downtown. Paint,
The color guidelines are objective design standards. So.
And then, am I getting an update on, we talked about the park, Schaefer Park? And then what about an update on the street light for Dinuba and McCall? Because I mentioned that last council meeting.
Stoplight.
Yeah, the stoplight.
Yeah, city engineer will provide that update.
Okay.
building?
Yes. Will that be a report on your part or?
Yeah, I think the city engineer or public works director had reached out to Caltrans about the pothole.
So it'll be a
So,
report?
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Trujillo? I'd like to put on for future agenda items, I'd like to bring back the storefront improvement grant, building on what Mayor Pro Tem said. Specifically, I'd like to include painting. Now that we've done the downtown strategic plan, I'd like to include painting in the eligible list of activities for the storefront improvement grant. And I'd like to address the conflict of interest, which I've heard is really, really restrictive, and I don't think we've had a single person apply for this grant. So I'd like to talk about that. Yeah, we can look at the amounts too.
So just
And
a
the
general
color.
discussion of the guidelines.
This will be an action item to potentially change
Sure.
the parameters of the storefront improvement
I'm
grant.
sorry to bother, but wasn't the bid gonna be looking at, asking for a change in that?
Last I heard, it was from a member of the bid who asked the council to actually look at it.
Because I thought they were, maybe I don't know.
I think
Never
they were
mind.
looking at it concurrently, but,
Right, because they were gonna discuss it and then they were gonna bring it to council.
We can follow up with the bid to see if they have recommendations that the council should consider.
Yeah,
that
well,
sounds good.
we were at their meeting and they said the concern was that nobody was applying.
So I kind of looked at the storefront I got a copy right here of the storefront improvement grant, and it's very restrictive. And I remember when the council passed the conflict of interest, good intentions, but it may be a little restrictive and maybe keeping some people from applying. So, okay, so let's get this down. Are we going to have this at the next meeting, or are we gonna, is the bid going to meet and then bring it back to us with their recommendation
Well, we
so
have-
we can chime with them?
Can the member of the bid speak? I mean, we got, they would know. We have somebody from the bid here?
We do.
Sorry.
But she doesn't speak for the whole.
We did put it on the agenda so we could discuss to see how we can, have more people apply because it was pretty restricted and maybe other opportunities for certain members to be able to apply maybe one time, maybe not everybody, if there's owners, just other ways so we can use that money. I don't even know how much the grants are, but nobody has applied because it's been so strict. But then it was gonna go to you guys. But if I understood correctly, I don't even know when the next bid meeting is. We haven't got it, the agenda, and it should be coming up pretty soon because
March?
we're in
In
March
March
now,
10th?
right? March
Next
10th?
meeting is March 10th, so
Okay.
we can have general discussion and recommendations presented.
Put it
from
on the
bid.
agenda for the 18th.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
And then,
Okay.
if I may add, the bid is an advisory body to the city council, and the plan was always to take objective design guidelines, along with color scheme to the bid for, review and recommendation to the city council.
Since we're doing all this with trees and lights and we're moving forward on that, I think it's time. Let's nail this down. Let's talk about this. So hopefully the bid can address those items and bring this back to council. I'd also like to bring up, Selmacom, the Delfina Vasquez. She came and said that there were some issues with the showers with code enforcement, telling them they can't take showers over there because it's not, to code. So I'd like to resolve that once and for all. If we could have that on there as an agenda item. I don't know if it's an action item or just a discussion item to clarify what the issue is with code enforcement and Selmacom.
What is Selma?
Selmacom is where it is a place in town where the old 99 bar used to be. And it is a place that feeds people 7 days a week. And it also has some mobile showers there. And they were told that showers couldn't be operated there because it's not a hotel, or that makes it like an apartment or a hotel vacancy or occupancy. It's not
It
eligible.
serves homeless people.
Serves homeless people.
There'd be an exception for that.
Okay, can we bring it back at the next meeting to
Take a look at
discuss it
yeah.
further? Okay, great. And then, my next item, I would like, this is for the city attorney, I would like to put the 3803 Olive Street driveway issue that Mr. Sahoda's been emailing about on the planning commission agenda. Can you do that, city attorney?
Oh, that's,
The driveway issue?
slope.
Yes.
I think I can.
I believe Mr. Sahoda has sent an email out about that.
I think I can, yes.
Thank you, sir.
It's 3803?
Yes, sir. Then the last item, the last item would be to explore, and this is something not necessarily for the next city council meeting, but in the future, is to explore bringing solar back to our buildings, all of our buildings. Rather than us paying PG&E every month, we all look at the check register and it's a huge bill. Maybe we can look at solar again. We did it once. Let's take another run, and take a look at that, for implementation in the future. And that's all I have at this time.
Council, I also had two other items discussed earlier. So one of them is the commission budgets that you wanted to review. Is that something we can place on the April, the first meeting of April agenda?
Mission budgets?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and then the enterprise agreement, did we want to bring that back at the next council
Not the
meeting?
not the next one.
No, it's
The
wait.
April,
When should we do
Yeah,
that?
the
way
first
you
meeting in
have time
April?
to-
Okay.
Yeah, time, give them time. I need time to digest.
But if there's an emergency need for a lease, we will, we can assemble on a as needed basis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Councilman Avalos.
Ready, I'm last. Okay. I have an issue, on Nelson. There's a sinkhole right at the gate on the senior park. There's a hole. I took a picture and I come down to City Hall and identified it, but nothing's been done on it. Han, can you take a look at that? It's on Nelson Boulevard, right at the, right across from the fire hydrant from, the back gate of Nelson.
I will take a look at it. Typically, that request will come in and go to Sylvia Luna, who unfortunately is out on medical right now, and she creates the work order through OpenGov, which is then routed to my department.
I mean,
So I will look into that tomorrow.
I mean, it's getting bigger.
We have-
I'm just telling you, it's getting bigger.
Under-
It went from
understood.
small, it's getting bigger.
We still receive work orders though, even though
Okay.
Sylvia's out.
Yes.
And the other issue, the cameras in our city, the police cameras. I like to know how many are operating and how many are not. If we can get these rectified and up and running, you know. I know it falls into your category there, Chief. If you can give us an update so we can get these things, you know, up and going, okay?
I can answer that now.
Because
So-
it's a tool for
Correct.
everybody in our city, and, you know, I want everybody to be safe, but at the same time, we got to make sure that you're safe out there too as well.
I can answer that now. if
Okay.
you like, yeah, they're about 90% operable. They go up and down, and then we have an agreement, a maintenance agreement for them to come out and fix those when those cameras go up and down.
Let me ask you a question. Are these particular cameras, would you think they would be 100% liable? I mean, as far as working properly, or you think you need better operation as far as transferring the frequency signals? Let me ask that question.
You know,
That's a tough question.
wireless internet is always going to create, you're going to have issues with wireless internet, which is a lot of these cameras are. They have point-to-point relays to get internet out to those locations. Things such as trees growing. There's so many variables that affect the operability of that system. So we're always looking, that's the need for the maintenance agreement, to make sure that we have someone, technicians that can come out and service those quickly. So yeah, I mean, they're not perfect, right? You know, it's equipment. So we do have issues, but then we have maintenance agreements that addresses those issues.
So right now, you have 90% working, or?
Yes, so
Right.
I could tell you right now, we're 90%.
Okay,
Tomorrow, we could be, 2-3 days, 100%. Within in a week, we could be 80%. Again, there's a lot of variables that go into how's those cameras working, their age. Again,
The reason why I'm asking, I like technology, okay? I mean, technologies, I've learned from a previous officer in Fresno that you can't be everywhere, okay? And tools, you have to use smart, use your tools. And cameras are a tool. Um, You know, all the parks got cameras, and I want to make sure they're all working properly, 100%. And, you know, and I want certain areas in our community, the cameras are working very 100% as well. And I don't want I want glitches, in other words. I want total cameras working at maximum level. If they're not, we got to find a way to make it work better or get a better camera, okay? And, you know, that's me. And the other thing I'm going to ask is, you know, in our engineering department, I took pictures, guys, on these streets here. How do we gauge these streets? I'm going to pass them around. This is on F Street, guys. These are pictures I took myself. And this is on E Street on Alton, okay? I know you got it slated to redo that street, but these streets are pretty bad. They should have been done way earlier than this is on E Street. And this is your street, Elsie. This is Thompson. Yeah, this is on your street. We're gonna hand them back to you guys, okay? I want you to look at them, guys, you know, Han and engineering and Jerome over there. All right? Pictures are worth 1,000 words, okay? The reason why I'm asking that question is I look at these streets and I seen the streets we worked on Mulberry and other streets in the area, the community A, B, and C. These streets should have been done a long time ago. They haven't been done in the subdivision since that subdivision was built. So I'm just bringing it to your attention. I just want to know how you guys prioritize the operation as far as streets improvement and everything, okay? You know, and I just want you to look at these pictures, okay, guys?
So
And then you can
Councilman,
comment.
Councilman Avalos, so just so I understand, you want us to provide an update as to when those streets are scheduled?
They're scheduled. That one is scheduled. I see
okay.
it.
Okay, and
They should have
then,
been scheduled a long time ago.
and then how they're prioritized in the CIP is.
I mean, if you would have looked at that picture, I'll show you the picture.
Yeah, no, I understand. We'll take a look. So I just want to know what you want to know in the
No, the
staff
reason why I
report.
want to know is
Yeah,
when we do street repairs, do we fix the worst street or do we fix the medium street? What is the common sense of the deal? Here, you can look at these. And you can pass them to these guys over there.
got it. We'll include that in the staff report update.
I mean, common sense would tell you, you go on the worst street, right? All right. I don't know what happened here. Something happened. All right, no, that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll move on to departmental reports. City manager?
So from city manager's office, nothing to report. I do have a couple of updates from community services. T-ball registration closes on Friday, and our community services staff will have an after-hours registration table this Thursday at Lincoln Park from 5:30 to 7 p.m. And then good news, Selma High School will have its swimming pool ready by summer. And we're going to be reaching out to the Selma Healthcare Board for potential funding as they've done in the past. So hopefully we'll have some good news for the council when that comes up. Thank you. That's all I have.
Question for you, city manager. When will Mid Valley be coming back with their report on the alleys?
Yeah, I think the discussion was scheduled for 60 days. So that puts us, was it 40? Yeah, you're correct, 45 days. So whenever, prior to those 45 days being up.
Great. I think they said they might even be able to come in sooner. So whenever they're ready, right? They're just gonna contact the city.
Yeah, that might even be the next meeting. We'll confirm.
I think it is.
Next meeting. Okay, thank you. And then just to follow up on Councilmember Avalos's comment on the streets, this could actually be for City Engineer Horn, but when you come out with that report, do you have it in like a table form? Like here are the addresses, here's the pavement management score, showing, how bad that is and how the city scores it. It'd be helpful just to see kind of the hierarchy of what roads need to be worked on and in what order. That would be helpful when people ask.
I think we have both a table and a map, which is my favorite color-coded map.
Either
Yeah,
one.
we'll
or
provide both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
City Attorney.
I was working on your graffiti ordinance, and I think I know how to fix it. I just need to know whether or not the council would be willing to fund making the removal activity at the city's expense, so that when we serve somebody with a ticket citation, you also provide them with a consent form that says, I consent to the city removing the graffiti. And once they sign the consent form, I would like to be able to tell them right in the ordinance, if you do that, we're going to come and fix it for you, free of charge. But that, of course, requires you guys to appropriate money to cover that cost. So I'm just wondering if that that works for you folks, or whether.
From a legal standpoint, we were told that the city had to have an abatement warrant. Would that be sufficient instead of an abatement warrant if the resident signs off on that?
You're not ever going to get an abatement warrant unless you go to court. So what I was thinking is, currently what you do is you give them a notice that there's graffiti on their property. You tell them to remove it within a certain number of days. And you tell them, if you don't remove it, we're going to come and do it for you, but we're going to charge you for it, whatever our costs are. And the reason you don't get the ability to do that is because you can't enter their property to do it, period. You would need a warrant from a judge. And so seems to me it's much easier, and a lot of cities do this, is when you give them the ticket, you give them, a notice that says, here's a consent form. You just sign right here. You call us up, tell us you've signed it, and we'll come out there. We'll remove the graffiti for you. It won't cost you a thing. But if you don't consent to it, we're going to, after a certain number of days, if you don't consent to it, we're going to require you to remove it after that period of time. And if you don't, we're going to fine you for every single day it remains. Once those fines get up to a certain level, you're at a point where you would instruct your city attorney. In fact, you would have it right there in the ordinance that once it gets to a certain level, the city attorney goes to court and gets a warrant allowing the city to go in and remove it for them and charge them a cost.
And charge them. Okay. And can you prepare that ordinance and bring that back to council?
I can bring it back for your first reading and introduction so you can see how it works on the 18th, and you're probably looking at the 15th of April to get a hearing set because of the notice requirements.
Council, is there consensus for city attorney to bring that item back?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. See it then. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe it is next Wednesday, March 12th. The planning department is working with an applicant to have a scoping meeting for the preparation of their environmental impact report, which will be held at 3 o'clock in the council chambers for a development project located on the southwest corner of Nebraska and Highland Avenue. So that's a scoping meeting that's required by CEQA as part of the notice of preparation, and the public is able to attend that meeting. On top of that, I think we're also working on scheduling a community cleanup in downtown in accordance with our California Green Downtown Revitalization Grant. So the date of that, we're still working on details through Community Services, who's also planning a community cleanup, and it is part of that grant. Previous events like that, we've invited the Selma Beautification Committee as well as other vendors to attend those type of cleanups. So we will do the same for that.
Great. Thank you for your report. Administrative Services Director.
Evening, Mayor, council members. I am proud to announce that I was appointed to the Central San Joaquin Valley Risk Management Authority, which is the CSJV RMA, their Administrative and Financial Services Committee. And this is over, I'm not even sure how many cities are in the RMA, but it's Central, Northern, and Central, Northern, and Central. There's a lot of regions. But one of the things that is very exciting about this is that this committee, we have the ability, or I have the ability to have input on the agreements and the processes with RMA that impact our city. So I'm excited about that.
Okay, thank you and congratulations on that appointment. Will you be able to get us loss runs faster?
There.
Just get it, or just get us loss runs?
We can get them. It's just, it does take a little bit of time.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, did you give your report as acting city clerk as well, or do you have another report there?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Fire Chief Webster.
Nothing to report.
Got a question for you, Fire Chief. On the LA fires, the hydrants were an issue. What role does our local fire department play in our hydrants? I know is that a Cal Water issue or is that a fire department? Do you check those hydrants on an annual basis, a monthly basis?
The fire department, I would say defers the maintenance program to Cal Water. They manage the program itself. There's definitely a partnership there with regards to flow testing requests for fire sprinkler design. Outside of that, there's also communication channels with regards to any issues related to water problems and or shutoffs. So if Cal Water is doing any work in the local water system itself, we're notified ahead of time so our staff can plan accordingly with regards to where water is going to come from. We do carry a pretty significant length of supply hose, and so our local ordinance adheres to the fire code with regards to fire hydrant spacing. We don't have any local amendments that shorten that distance down or anything like that. With regards to the maintenance itself, I would have to defer that schedule to Cal Water as to the specifics of that. I will say that we did just go through our ISO audit, which is the insurance services. We haven't received the findings of that, and I will be sharing that with council once that happens in the next couple of months. It's a pretty lengthy review process once they leave us. In that, the significant, well, not a significant component, about 10% of that is based on our water system. And so we had to work very closely with Cal Water regarding all of the reporting requirements for that, which includes the maintenance of our hydrant system as well as the capacities of our hydrant system as well.
Got it.
If I could real quick piggyback on Chief Webster, Cal Water is definitely in the game of partnering with Selma as far as placement and locations of hydrants. I can tell you this last year alone, through Fire Marshal Rivas, it was brought to the chief's attention. There were a couple of problemed areas with supply locations of hydrants. That was taken to Cal Water. Cal Water was very receptive. You've seen the hydrants go in. One of them is on the corner of Rose and McCall. Right on the corner there. The placement was pretty much dictated by fire where they wanted it, and that was part of how they actually hook up and take hose out of the truck. So like it came down to minutia details that they were very open to accommodating, and then another one went in on Nebraska across from the old Sunmate plant.
That area. So do you guys test the fire hydrants every year? Does Cal Water do it?
Cal Water completes 100% of the hydrant maintenance.
And then they report back to you. They send you reports and you
the
review them as the chief.
I actually do not report those. If there is a problem with a hydrant, I'm notified that it's shut down and serviced. But with regards to the actual reporting, I'm not giving an annual report at this moment in time.
Got it. Thank you. Right. Police Chief Alcarez.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. In front of you, you have the statistics for January 2025. And if you have any questions, it's pretty straightforward data. And
Have any
Yeah, I have a
questions for
question, Chief.
yes,
I noticed you don't have anything down as how many drug busts have we done in the past 6 months?
we don't keep that data, sir.
You don't keep that data?
No, this data is information or data that we report to the Department of Justice.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I couldn't tell you how many drug arrests we have. I'm sure it's a lot.
All right, just wondering, when you go to court, I just looking, checking here.
When I go to court. I'm sorry.
That's all.
Yes, sir. But what I will say though is very unique, or not unique, but again, to the credit of our personnel and staff, in January 2025, we took 5 firearms, illegal firearms off the streets. So that's remarkable. Again, they continue to work diligently to make our communities safer. So I'm very proud of our personnel for doing that. Additionally, we went over to visit the old Weed and Seed building over off of Mitchell to look at its feasibility for a substation, per your request, Councilmember Oseguera. To call it a substation would be difficult. I don't believe that facility has the ability to accept a substation. I think that there are certain expectations that come with the substation, like it's going to be manned, a large amount of the time, even at least during office hours, and we just don't have the personnel to be able to do that. Nor is it, the ability to secure it properly would be very difficult just because of the type of structure that it does have, right? It's a wood-sided building. It's basically a manufactured home. So that structure is not very secure, be difficult to secure. However, what we could use that facility for is to enhance other programs within the police department. So it might be a great place to have, train our explorers, right? Because there's a field right next door. We could do some physical fitness. It could enhance our mental health program. It could enhance a myriad. We could do training there. There's other things that we could do that would still create a law enforcement presence on that side of town. Also, me and Chief Webster have spoken about substations as we start to grow the city out to the east and to the west and to the north and south. So those things and those discussions are being had that would create exactly what I think you're looking for, Councilman Figueroa, which is a footprint throughout our city, which also enables us to respond much more efficiently, given our natural barriers like Freeway 99, right? That's a natural barrier for us. So as we start to plan out, I don't think that'll be within our time because these facilities are super expensive, right? But I think that talking about it now, how we leverage impact fees, how we leverage development fees, how we leverage CFDs to be able to construct these facilities, I think is crucial to be able to get to that moment in time, sir. And those discussions are being had every time we talk about an improvement plan or a CIP plan. So we're definitely on board. It's just, again, we're going to do it. Let's do it right. And I just don't think we're quite there yet. We still have decent response times. That's not always right. You're always going to, now that I say that, we're going to have a delayed response time right now as we're speaking because they can't get across Federal Avenue. But, with developments that are coming into town and how we sit in planning and plan out those developments, and we have the law enforcement and fire perspective, that's going to help us get to where we want to be a lot sooner than later, sir.
Thank you.
But yeah, if there will need to be some improvements to that facility, but if you're okay with that, we'd like to pursue that and come back with some more information for you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Just going back to administrative services, I forgot something, sorry. I got an email from LCW that they're having an HR seminar at the senior center. How many, what, is that for council members? I mean, what's that all about?
So I haven't received any additional information on it. Our RMA or LCW did reach out to us to see if we had the space for it, and we do. I believe that one is going to be I believe it's April 3rd, and it will be approximately 100 people that will be attending the seminar, and it will be for council members, department heads, that type of thing. But again, I don't have all of the information about the training just yet. We just secured the date.
Could you let us know how many CE units we get on that, or if it fulfills requirements, ethics requirements, HR requirements?
Yes, as soon as I get additional information, that will be provided.
Great, thank you. Moving on to council reports. Councilmember Trujillo?
Can I get my
Sorry,
department
Public Works
update?
Director, the man of the hour.
Yeah.
No, I don't know about that, but I
One
have
we've been waiting for.
a couple of things that were asked of me.
Howard,
and that I-
talk to us about the lights.
Right, yeah, I've got, as far as the downtown lights, because of the rain and the safety issue, we've got everything, like I mentioned previously in the meeting, down Front Street, First Street, High Street, around on McCall, back down Second Street to the corner of East Front. That is done at this time. As I mentioned before, there were only 2 of the light heads that had to come down that we could not fix. And that was on the corner of the southwest corner of First and High, and the fixture in front of the mortuary. We will be resuming that operation more than likely starting on the 17th. And the reason for that is because pending weather that I'm looking at in reports that are as recently as an hour ago, I was trying to look at that for another department update. But with that is continuing. We are also continuing with the storm drain rotting and video work with the big Vector truck from Haker Rentals. I can tell you that every day we are uncovering more and more issues with our storm drain collection system. And once we finish this 3 months of rotting and cammering, I will be providing a PowerPoint presentation, just as I did last year, to show some of those problematic areas and show the benefit to the council of preventative maintenance. So that is continuing. We are finishing up right now. I think tomorrow we will actually be finished, except for setting the cooling unit, the swamp cooler on top of the snack bar at Brentlinger for Babe Ruth. That will be completely done. That thing has a new roof on it. That roof was completely shot. It's been done in-house with our staff. We simply purchased the material and we're getting that done. We're hoping to have Fresno County Health next week come out and do the final inspection and issue the certificate for them to occupy and start serving out of that facility. So that's exciting. We've been working on that since last year. And then the last topic I have is Schaefer Park lights. So as mentioned previously, this was a operation that we have set up and facilitated until today at 2:30 after conferring with the city manager. I'm looking at weather reports and I've recommended to the city manager for safety reasons that this operation be pushed also to the 17th. And I know everybody wants to get them done, but I want everybody to consider the factors here. I have a 40-ton crane with a stinger that sticks up about 85 feet in the air, and I have men in a bucket truck up at the top of the poles facilitating the rigging to actually pick and remove those poles. One thing is you're a lightning rod. If we happen to get a thunderstorm that comes through and there's any energy at all in that storm, it's risking electrocution of my guys. And the other issue is with the rain, to rig properly and not have a pole slip or have some kind of catastrophic event from the rain and the precipitation. My suggestion to the city manager was that we halt this operation until the 17th. I had to make contact with Pierce Crane, who was the lowest of the 3 bids that we got for daily operational crane service at $2,400 a day. And I had to call them today by 3 o'clock to either tell them we're on or we're postponing it. So right now, the operation will take place starting on the 17th of March, Monday the 17th. And at the very latest, I'm figuring by the 20th that we will have all those poles down as I indicated previously. There are two poles that are facing the parking lot to what I'll call the west, or I'm sorry, the southwest side of the restrooms that actually have equipment that facilitates PD operations. We are working through what we're going to do with those poles. They need to stay in place until we can remount the equipment that's on those poles. And I believe that both of those poles were cleared as refurbishable by the structural engineer. So we're looking into that aspect of the operation. But besides that, we should be starting on the 20th and, or I'm sorry, on the 17th and finishing up that operation by the 20th, which means we'll meet the April 1st drop dead date for when softball is going to be starting.
Thank you for
Yeah,
your
and,
report.
yeah, and the good thing too with that is that we move forward in time Sunday, so we're gaining an hour of light.
Yeah.
So that's gonna help the situation as far as the lighting as well.
Well, and the other consideration, Public Works Director Han, that he and I discussed was, when you're trying to operate a crane, that on a field that's saturated, you're gonna damage the field, right? And so we want to make sure that during the removal of these poles, we're not actually causing more damage that would render it unusable and breaking sprinkler heads and those kinds of things.
That's
So
correct.
I think the discussion, I appreciate the recommendation, but I think the fact that we're going to still be able to get it done before the season starts is a big plus.
Just so that I'm clear, I just want to confirm. So the poles are going to come down. Those are the bad poles that you stated in the last couple of meetings, correct?
We are taking all of the poles that are standing down.
Okay.
Because even the ones that were deemed reusable need an extreme amount of refurbishment
Mhm.
before they can be fully deemed safe and operational.
And replacing it with new poles and lights. Is that correct?
Ultimately, that is the goal. Right now, the goal is to get the lights down and reopen the fields. The city engineer and myself, as well as with help from the city manager, are looking into companies that provide stadium lighting. So we're trying to get quotes together so that we can actually bring that at a later date to present those quotes to council.
Yeah, that's perfect.
It'll be a brand-new lighting system, but the priority is to get the existing poles down so the field becomes usable. The process of procuring and installing the lights is probably several months out still, but the council would need to appropriate that money.
And if I can just add my report as far as part of Public Works. Just a few updates. Wanted to let you know that the City of Selma was awarded about $900,000 in funding through the Highway Safety Improvement Plan from Caltrans. That's an application that was submitted. Our office had brought to the council a couple years ago to update the local road safety plan. Since the council approved that update, we were able to apply for these funds and be more competitive and actually get the funding. This application includes pedestrian safety around the schools. There were certain areas that needed it from a safety standpoint, so that's what this money will be used for. And it will be used in conjunction with the tactical urbanism that's underway through one of the grants that was mentioned earlier. So that money is available, and we'll begin to work on that in the next year or two.
City engineer, could you, sorry to put you on the spot, could you explain what those locations are? I know one of them's over by the high school on Thompson Street.
Sure, Thompson and Lewis on the west side of the high school where there's a crosswalk. And that is also the tactical urbanism spot, which is underway and uses some of the high school students and a community outreach. So between those two, that area will be improved. And then this funding application included a couple of crosswalks on the east side of the high school. There's multiple crosswalks that need to be improved. We proposed some bulb outs and pedestrian safe areas. And then this funding also included a couple intersections on 2nd Street. So this funding is for those areas. And then we also put an application which is kind of discretionary, but was approved. So depending on how much funding they have and is used, we have the opportunity to get more funding for other areas that need it from the local road safety plan. So that was just an update for council.
Can I ask you a question really quick? What about, and I know this is totally off the subject, but what about the corner of Rose and Orange Street? That baseball field right there by the canal? It's really dark, and we've talked about it a couple of times.
Yeah, and
We-
that I think came up with the tactical urbanism when that part of that grant was getting input from schools and parents and which areas are an issue. So it's definitely on the radar. It's part of also a trail program that we're
Yeah, yeah,
looking
yeah.
at for the canal. We were awarded some money from the ATP,
That's good.
so we may have to come up with a.
1.3 million,
Ah.
a little more than sub.
True, sorry, piping a canal is very expensive, so we're
Right.
trying to make sure and use that money the most efficiently, but we definitely will use it. It is an intersection of interest. Another update, the Fresno COG applications for the STBG funding was this Monday. Our office completed those. We submitted for 4 different projects for that funding. Those are all 4 projects that are on the CIP plan. So to Councilmember Avalos's point, these are streets that need to be fixed, and they are on the CIP. From our standpoint, it's where do we find the funding? How do we best use the funding to fix these streets? This is one way that if we can get funding through this application, we'll be able to get these streets done sooner than waiting to use gas tax. So some of your pictures, I believe, are on Thompson. That's one of the projects that was applied for with the STBG. The other program is CMAC. That's due in 2 weeks. Our guys are diligently working on getting those applications put in as well. Again, CIP projects, alleys that need to be paved. Those are all pieces that we're trying to get funding for. So just an update that we did apply for 4 projects. It's competitive. It's important that they're on the RTP. I believe our office has worked real hard this last year to make us as competitive as possible that the city can try and get some of that money. And then an update on the Valley View storm drain project. That is within days of being completed. That's the project that kept McCall closed at 99. All of the underground work is done. The storm drain is functional for any storm that's coming. We're just working with the punch list items with that contractor to make sure everything is done per plan and that no issues remain. But just to let the public know that we're real close to opening that back up. That was phase 2 of 3. So we're trying to find, again, funding for phase 3. The street reconstruction project for this year, if you've noticed, up kind of in the northeast part of town, and then also a couple streets in the northwest. That's E, F, Alton, Mulberry, all of those streets the curb ramps have been done, and that contractor will be coming through and removing all of the pavement and repaving those local streets. So that's part of this year's CIP, so as long as just those neighborhoods know that it'll be a little bit of traffic issue, but their streets will be completed and nice. And then the last update is the McCall and Dinuba signal. We are currently, we've finished, or Caltrans approved the funding for the right-of-way phase. So this project was a CMAQ funded project from 2021 at some point when that application was put in. There's 3 phases. There's the engineering phase, the right-of-way phase, and the construction phase. So the engineering phase, the engineer of record is Gateway Engineering. They're in charge of putting the plans together. They have put those plans together to a certain percentage. We've requested our funding for the right-of-way phase, which is there at the corner, there's certain pieces that have to be acquired for right-of-way. Caltrans has to approve authorize the use of the funds. So that has been finished with Caltrans. Currently, right now, we are working to make sure we have all of the DBE forms completed with Caltrans. It's a critical piece that we can't just skip, because if we don't fill out all the forms with Caltrans, they will have an issue with the funding being issued to the city. So we're going through the forms that Caltrans requires to make sure that we don't start any consulting or don't spend any money until everything is in line with their local district for funding. So once that's done, then the right-of-way phase, there's a consultant that, depending on the DBE goals, they're on board. They work with the property owners to deal with the value of the property that needs to be taken, which is already determined. We just have to mark it in the field once it's time to do that. There's a process that's very stringent as far as Caltrans goes to make sure that the right-of-way is acquired appropriately and certified. That will be a process of that right-of-way phase. Once that's done, then we can move into the construction phase. So depending on the discussions about right-of-way, making sure that we get it certified for each property owner, that time period is a bit unknown. That if the property owners understand and don't have any issues, it could go very quickly. Sometimes property owners, they have a right to ask questions and make sure everything is on board. It may take a little bit of time. So in that time, we're estimating could be as short as 3 months, could be as long as 9 months. We hope everything goes quickly and smoothly. Once we move into the construction phase for the signal itself, I think we've mentioned before, there's 4 other projects on Dinuba, all 4 of them that we're trying to coordinate at the same time. There's a sewer trunk main that has been designed and is ready to be funded through whatever method the city chooses to Dinuba street improvement plans that go from McCall, one to Thompson, the other one to the east, and the signal project. So we're trying real hard to make sure we time those so that we don't do something and then tear it out and have to rebuild it. So the signal is a part of that process, but we believe we have them timed and scheduled to where they're all done at the right time. So that's the overall update. I think the next update we can give you is once we start the right-of-way portion and consulting that's underway, and we can have a better timeline.
Any of those, the intersection improvements include speed bumps around the schools?
I don't think so, but it's part of a possibility of different methods. So we use the MUTCD code that the California sets as appropriate measures for traffic control. And if a speed bump is something that is warranted, then we can look at it. There are other ways that work better for different departments or traffic flow that will help slow traffic down without causing issues for damage to vehicles or.
Haven't they engineered that problem out by now? I mean, you see around it's rubber matting now. How does that damage vehicles?
Depends on how fast people are going and whether it actually works.
They shouldn't be going that fast.
Yeah,
That's the whole point.
We won't be able to slow down at the school.
And then the last point, and on McCall and Goldridge, I guess the most dangerous intersection, accidents, deaths there from the statistics. Are we doing anything there to make that crossing safer there?
I'll have to look at the local road safety plan and see how that fit in with our application and what is possible to do to fix that issue. And there may be other pieces like a road diet or actual geometry that needs to change. We can look at it as a CIP.
Just a quick aside, from COG, there's a Safe Routes to School. It's going to be a kind of ATP-esque funding that's going to be coming up here pretty soon. And that's been approved at every step. There's going to be $6 million of funding there. So hopefully we can go after that as a city and make our, work with the school district on that. I know they've been providing their input with the city, but that's really exciting. We have a great opportunity to make those crossings safer.
Mayor, I spoke with Deputy Director at COG to get further information on Safe Routes to School. $6 million over the next 2 years, probably available fiscal year 25, 26. And it may be a one-shot application over that 2-year period. That's still being worked out by the subcommittee that's comprised of the mayor as well as other mayors in Fresno County. In speaking with him, the processes we're going through the tactical urbanism provide the city with a great basis, especially through the collaboration with the school district for projects that could be highly competitive And so doing our due diligence with tactical urbanism and the outreach to schools will help the city be highly competitive for that program.
Because the Fresno and Clovis have exempted themselves, so we don't have to compete with them. We have to compete with Fresno County, which has a lot of unincorporated areas that really need the help, but we don't have to compete with the
Right.
big Fresno and Clovis. That's gonna really help.
Fresno and Clovis exempted themselves because they have other sources of funding at their disposal, as we've heard tonight through PD as well. The same goes for street improvements and things like that, that they have more or less just said, hey, the smaller communities in the county should be part of
COG
this
left
program.
their technology money alone too. All right. All right, thank you for that. So that will move on to departmental reports. Sorry, we'll move on to council reports. Councilmember Trujillo.
So on February 24th, the Southeast Regional Solid Waste Commission had a meeting. I had technical difficulties. I kept on trying to get on. I got kicked out, but I actually got on as a guest, so I couldn't speak. But I heard all the rehab that they did. So they invested and redid all the fencing around the Dinuba uh, garbage plant. And there was a lot of, what they were stating was there was a lot of break-ins on the C trains. So they took over and fixed all the fencing, which is great. And they're doing some more investments there, which is, you know, more C trains and more fencing is all. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Avalos.
Yeah, I attended the SKF meeting with staff. Well, I was just in the audience, in other words. It was a good meeting. And also, I went by the Boys and Girls Club, check on them, see how they're doing in the community, you know. And of course, I was going through the neighborhood, checking the streets and roads and the situations, you know. I like to observe. Avalos likes to observe. And the other issue too, I like to, Chief, I like to go on the ride along, you know, at night, more excitement for me. And and I actually like to look at your camera operation, your cameras, which ones are working and which ones are not, you know, in certain areas, you know, what is focused, what is not. I like to see visually, if you don't mind, Chief. Okay? I'll give you a call. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for doing that. Councilmember Oseguera.
First of all, March 12th, we're holding an event downtown in partnership with the City of Selma and Parks and Recreation. So there's going to be a band called the Morenos, who are an awesome band if you never heard them, from 5:30 to 8:30, and they're going to be food vendors, resource booth, and a lot of fun. So I have some flyers for everybody. I know some of you guys have already seen them. You want to? Another thing I did, I got invited to a meeting with Ed Cashin from the developer that wants to develop the property across from Walmart. And let me tell you, this guy is 95 years old, and like prior council member Mendoza Navarro said, this guy's got money. You know, and he told me the property over there, he goes, I paid cash for it, you know. And he says, anything that I need to do to make this happen, I can make it happen. I'm like, wow. You know, I was very impressed with their operation. Then we got invited to see a Fancher Creek, which is kind of like a development like we're gonna hopefully get in Selma. And I'll tell you what, those units are just awesome. The park they're building, a 93 acre development there, they're gonna have all kinds of stuff to go with it, and it's pretty awesome. So we're excited to be working with this developer. He also mentioned that they're gonna set up a workshop for council where the public can be invited, put in their input and stuff. But seeing the initial plans for this property, it's gonna be a ambitious project, and it's gonna be good. And for those that like In-N-Out, guess what? In-N-Out's coming in, Panera, Pollo Loco, and a hotel, and who knows what else. This guy is buying property in leaps and bounds. So don't be surprised if he owns half of Selma pretty soon. So anyways, that's my report, and Mayor?
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I attended the ribbon cutting for Maiden Voyage, our coffee shop, and I think they're doing amazing there. I love their coffee, love their bagels, so if you haven't tried it, please try them. They're great. Oh, yeah, and their burritos. Yeah. I also attended the ribbon cutting for the Curry Cantina. Their food is great. I want to congratulate Karan Singh. He's an amazing owner. He's bringing such a dynamic vibe to Selma. So again, if you can try them, their food is amazing. You won't be disappointed. I also attended the crab feed that the chamber put on, which was a really great event. And I think that's pretty much it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wanted to thank Councilman Avalos again for bringing that part up about that stop sign on Second Street. I listened to you, council member, and I went to Caltrans, who used to be the COG representative. Now he's the new director, District 6. And he likes Selma. Hopefully he'll come to our future council meeting and talk to us. But he said they're going to, due to weather, the city was going to help him out, but due to weather, Caltrans is going to come back and black out that stop sign on Second Street that's causing that confusion. They're going to be doing that on Friday. Hopefully the weather will be permitting, but he's pretty much said he wants to come out and get that done. So that's good news. Went to the Curry Cantina ribbon cutting, great new business in Selma. They have a bar there. It's going to add to the nightlife. It's going to add to our downtown. We're getting that done. We're going to have trees and lights in within 60 days. Its time is coming down. I know there are lots of things on Public Works plate. That's a big one. I attended that COG meeting, talked about, we got that $1.3 million grant for Selma, really good. Thank you to the city for applying that and looking forward to the safe routes to school and everything else. Also, question for the city, when we get that next audit done, which Mr. Jolly is probably supposed to come back to our council for the next meeting to present that audit? Or
I believe the next meeting, there's a problem with an actuarial that he has to develop that explains how much you guys have to hold back for covering a self-insured, I believe it's a health benefit for employees.
Got it. City switched from PERS to a self-insured plan. But as soon as that audit gets, I guess, approved or received and approved by the council, we can apply for that TDA, that transportation, that TDA money. Just wondering if we can apply that to some of these roads in Selma too, after we get that. I know that's gonna be an important factor, but that's like 1.7 million bucks. That's big money. So I think that'll be a really good benefit of getting that audit in. And I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight and sticking with us for the whole council meeting. We'll move on to oral communications. And do we have somebody on the phone who would like to say something? This is your time.
Hi, thank you so much. I am still here. It's here. I'm Mary. Hi,
Hello.
thank you so much. I'm still here. It was a very interesting meeting, and I didn't expect to have to comment on other things. Um, so I'll get to my first comments, which for the last council meeting, I was very concerned about that the council approved $11,000 to the fireworks for the city. And I get that that's a community effort, but there was no question from the council about, can the city afford this? And where does that money come from? And also not only does where does the money come from, but is the city reimbursed for any of that at some point? Like, where does that all come in? So that was my first question. And then my next thing was about the um the veterans um statues that were going to be put up, and about how the city asked for the engineering team to come in and have some weight on where those statues were going to be placed. And I didn't feel like there was a comment from the legal team about how they were going to be placed, and there was concern from the city. You know, so that concerned me.
Okay, any other comments?
Well, I also didn't expect to have to weigh in on the whole city vehicles thing. Okay, so if the big three here in town, which is, Farney, Toyota, and um, Nelson, if they didn't place a bet, or if they didn't place, I'm sorry, I'm getting nervous and I don't know why. But if they didn't put in bids to do any kind of vehicles with the city, why is that a concern?
Okay, thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. Do we have anybody else with any oral communications at this time?
Hi, just really quick. I would like to, on behalf of our Parks and Recreation Department, or committee, I want to thank Manuel and the First United Methodist Church, who is having us, serve at the Christian Cafe tomorrow. It was kind of a last minute switch on our dates, but we got it taken care of. And I want to also give a huge thank to local businesses, our Eds, Rose's Pizza and Little Caesars for donating the pizzas. I know tomorrow's Ash Wednesday, so we are accommodating vegetarian cheese and some pepperoni. So we're kind of make it a little spread and with dessert and some salad. So we're really excited to do that tomorrow. I want to thank my sister-in-law, Yolanda Torres. She is a Taurus too, to help coming in, helping and volunteering. I know some of our committee members are not able to make it, but they did, help in other ways. But I just want to say we're really excited about that, and we want to thank Daniel for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Anybody else with a comment? Nice inspiring way to end this meeting. Is there a consensus to adjourn the meeting?
Oh, one more. There's one more.
Okay.
This new administration sucks.
All right. Well, we didn't end it on an inspiring note after all, did we? But we are a free speech city. Everybody, is there a consensus to adjourn? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.